Good evening and welcome everyone. This meeting for the Hayward Unified School District Board of Education is now called to order. Today is Wednesday, September 10th, 2025, and the time is 5:04. Please note that live streaming is on YouTube and it's beginning now. Item A1, announcement of interpretation services. Ms. Collier.
Thank you, President Buffete. Tonight, we are providing Spanish interpretation for this meeting. If you are here in the building and need translation equipment, please raise your hand and our team will assist you. If you have a personal device with a headset, you can log into the Zoom meeting and use that feature. You'll need to access the HUSD visitor Wi-Fi called HUSD-board-meeting as shown on the screen. There's no password required for this Wi-Fi network during the board meeting. For our Zoom attendees, please take a look at the toolbar and find the globe. Then select Spanish and our translation team will be on that line providing translation services. Back to the interpretation team.
Buenas tardes, ya estamos conectados en vivo, proporcionando traducción simultánea, ya sea por puede buscar el web de Vacío. Si está en el edificio, procure buscar los traductores y nosotros le atenderemos con algún dispositivo electrónico. Si necesita acceder a internet del distrito, así es tal como aparece HUSD Board Meeting y no necesita ninguna contraseña. Gracias.
Thank you very much. Item A2, board roll call, Ms. Collier.
Thank you. Trustee Rowden,
Here.
trustee Dr. Okenda,
Here.
clerk Bruckner Carrillo,
Here.
vice president Prada. I don't see that she's logged in yet. And President Buffette.
Present.
Thank you.
With that, that moves us to item A3, collect and hear requests to address the Board of Education cards for closed session items. Ms. Collier, do you have any in-person cards for virtual hands raised?
I do. I have 5 cards and 2 virtual hands. So we'll start with the cards. I have Jeff Landreau, Suzanne Kindle, and Mary Walsh to start. And once you get to the podium, just hit the little person button and the light will turn red and your mic will be live. Thank you.
Hold on. Okay. Good evening, board. The strong, effective leaders empower their students to think critically, ask questions, and to learn ways to navigate their role in society. I spent the last 27 years doing just that. Ms. Mladinich is a leader. Ms. Mladinich is extremely devoted to her students. She works very hard every day and inspires all of those around her to go above and beyond. I've seen this personally. I've been inspired by her. I've been inspired by her work. I've been inspired by her incredible dedication to our students and to our school. Ms. Mladinich is a strong woman who stands in the face of injustice. I've witnessed multiple times in the past 22 years that I've worked with her that she's gone to bat for a student who's being harassed or mistreated. Certainty that Ms. Mladinich is one of the best teachers at Mount Eden High School. It is my fear that she's being targeted for being strong, being brave, and for her leadership. How can you have teachers who empower their students if you do not support teachers who stand up against all odds and advocate for students? I've really seen Ms. Mladinich do everything for students, work 15 hours a day, do incredible things, writing personal notes for students, field trips, extra opportunities. It's time to bring back Ms. Mladinich, return her classes to her, including her journalism class, which she brought back to Mount Eden, return her department chairship and her AP government classes. It's time to apologize to this outstanding teacher for her 27 years of dedication, and time to end the charade.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening, board members. Haven't been around for a while. I've been retired quite a long time, but something concerning to me has brought me here tonight, and I just want to share a couple of things. My name is Suzanne Kindle. I taught at Mount Eden High School for 35 years. I was English department chair for about 20 of those years. And and a mentor. I had many opportunities to interact with colleagues and in a variety of settings. And I want to say that Annie Mladinich impressed me as one of the most dedicated and exemplary teachers I worked with. We were in different departments, she history, government, and me English, but we met not only in faculty meetings, curriculum council meetings, but as AP instructors. And in those meetings, I had an opportunity to be impressed by Annie's thoughtful and practical contributions, by her skill in addressing problems and offering solutions. Though she wasn't demanding anyone else accept them, she was open to having a give and take kind of a discussion. She always comported herself as a staunch advocate for both students and faculty. She focused, I think, on things that we should think about right now: responsibility, rights, and fairness. Those were things that exemplified her. My AP students, which I shared, she had government AP, I had English literature AP, were always talking about wonderful things going on in her classroom. And I'm just here to say she's a
Our next speaker is Mary Walsh.
Is this, okay, yeah. Hello, Mary Walsh, Vice President of HIA, also a friend of Annie Mladinich and a fellow educator. 2 points. Annie, you've heard her name. You will have heard Annie's name, all of you, because Annie takes the torch up when other people don't. We had anti-Semitism issues in Hayward. Annie took up that torch. Before people acted, she protected students, and she's paid for it in some regards. But Annie took up that torch, protected the students, protected families, protected their minds. That was a brave thing to do. And her character, that shows who she is. At great sacrifice, she did that. She was alone. There's a few teachers that did it. She was alone when she did that. She took up the torch for the right reasons. The other concern I want to bring up is you've heard from plenty of folks, students as well as teachers. All her students are concerned, but I want to talk about something a decision here tonight can affect, and that's the Mahmoud Taylor opt. I am concerned, depending on what happens tonight, what that will mean for all the teachers in Hayward. Each and every teacher, your decision tonight is actually extremely important, even beyond Annie. And I hope you keep that in mind and are aware of that. I am extremely concerned as a leader of HEA, but I just wanted to make sure we're aware of that point. That's a big one. That's huge. But I do want to again speak to Annie's character. Her students love her. I go and visit all the sites. I'm in her classroom. I've seen their reactions to her. She's done an amazing job with them. She's advocated for them when no one else did. And we need to understand that she's bold and brave. So you have heard her name, but it was for the right reason. Thank you.
Next in-person speaker is it Teal? Kierden? Go ahead. And then after that is Martha Perez.
Okay. Good evening, members of the board. I want to take a moment to speak in support of my colleague, Annie Mladinich. Many of us know her as a teacher who has consistently stood up for what is right for students, staff, and the community at large. Annie has been a fierce champion against bigotry and upholding the dignity of all people. Advocacy is not always easy. She's spoken out against inequities and structural issues that are uncomfortable to face but necessary to address. She built a journalism club and later a class to encourage students to investigate, to question, and report, even when the topics are challenging. She's defended the rights of teachers and students alike, not out of convenience, but out of principle. When California implemented its ethnic studies requirements, she consistently strived to ensure the curriculum was robust. It's just the kind of person she is. She reminds us through her actions that our responsibility as educators is not just to teach content, but to model integrity, courage, and compassion with our students. We teach them to be fair, to show grace when mistakes are made, and to allow people the chance to return and do better. If we cannot extend that same grace to one another as professionals, what message are we sending to the students we claim to be preparing for civic life? To stand up for what you believe in is an act that requires great courage because it often comes with personal risk. Annie's steadfastness has had a personal cost. Look at why we are all here. It's created a chilling effect amongst the staff and feels punitive and retaliatory and raises troubling questions. Can we rely on our district to support everyone, students and staff equally, or only those deemed unproblematic? When we ask for accountability or fairness, will we be heard or silenced? I urge the board to recognize her longstanding service and integrity and to reaffirm that this district values restorative practices and supports those who speak the truth with courage. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Martha Perez. I'm a longtime teacher at Mount Eden, a member of Hayward. I came to school here. I went to Sunset back in the day. I don't have enough minutes to talk about the ways that Annie has supported me and students at Mount Eden. I'm just going to talk about one of the most memorable days that she gave me in my professional career. And it was when we took most of the junior class to go see Hamilton for EduHam. And I had always admired her at leadership skills and her organizational skills especially, but watching her put that field trip together, the logistics, really impressed me. She organized, I think we took most of the junior class. It was like 500 kids. It was a large amount of students. She organized all the field trip permission slips, the substitutes. She held meetings to show us how to teach the lessons we were supposed to teach. She got free BART tickets for all the kids that went. She arranged a free and reduced lunch for kids that day. The night before, she packed extra lunches because she knew kids always forget their lunch. So she came with a box full of just sack lunches that she made. That morning, we crammed hundreds of kids into BART. Imagine BART full of commuters and hundreds of juniors that went, all singing Hamilton songs along the way. Of course, they absolutely loved the show. And it was amazing being there because the energy of Hamilton's a great show, but to be in Hamilton with a theater full of teenagers, it was like no other thing. The energy was incredible. It is probably one of the greatest moments of my life. And it's all because of her. And that's the kind of thing she would do. Sorry, I get a little emotional. She goes above and beyond the call of duty, always. My nieces went to Mount Eden, and they loved her too. She supported them. They would have been here. They just couldn't get here early enough to talk here. Mount Eden is a better place because of her. And every day we don't have her in class is a missed opportunity for students to learn from a teacher who is exceptional. I please want you to consider that. Thank you.
President Buffette, I have 5 online folks and I just received 2 more in-person cards. At least the 2 top ones online have had their hand raised since the beginning. We have 9 minutes left of public comment. Do you want me to go to online? In person first? Yeah.
I'm sorry, just for, we have 20 minutes, so I would prefer to hear from the people who, in order of who had their hand raised, out of fairness, because we're going to run out of time before everyone will get a.
I would propose that we take all of the speakers that currently have their hand raised and folks that have submitted cards. We are frequently late coming to closed, late coming out from closed. I think it's fair to make the assumption that we would have been late today. We were timely, and I think that, but I think we should allow all 11 speakers to speak.
Yeah, we'll allow it.
Okay, then we're gonna go with in person first.
In person first.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have Carrie King. And then Stephen Elliott.
You think I'd know by now. Hi, I'm Carrie King. I'm going to be real short. I've known Annie for almost 25 years. I'm Teacher of the Year 2024, 25, whatever it was. I still am kind of shook that I got it because I can think of so many other teachers that I work with daily who also deserve it, and Annie is at the top of that list. I would urge you to get her back in the classroom as soon as humanly possible, but also be understanding of sort of difficulty that she's had over the last several months dealing with having her character assassinated, essentially. I know that she is top-notch. She's gone to bat for every single one of us at Mount Eden as a union rep. She has gone above and beyond in every way possible in her classroom. Her students are better for having her as a teacher. I'm proud to call her a dear friend, and I really advocate for her I want to be a character witness to her excellence. She is a tremendous, tremendous teacher. Thank you.
All right, members of the board, my name is Stephen Elliott and I teach at Mount Eden High School. Sorry. Thanks. So in my time at Mount Eden, I've been fortunate enough to collaborate closely with Annie. I pride myself on trying to understand the social emotional needs of my students and being a person that they can trust on campus. Every practice I apply in my classroom, I learn from Annie. From asking students information about their stressors in life, to providing my classroom as a safe space for students during lunchtime, and even just celebrating their birthdays when they want to. All of that I learned from her. Annie has also been a professional asset to my growth as an educator. In just the past year, before she was placed on leave, she supported me with taking my students to Angel Island, following a series of ethnic studies lessons in my classroom. She helped spearhead the Civic Learning Initiative at Mount Eden High School with help from the Alameda County Office of Education, and held a school-wide election to coincide with the 2024 election cycle. These actions led to experiential learning and civic engagement for large groups of the student body. Students at Mount Eden would benefit from having an educator like Annie Mladinich back on our campus. My hope is tonight that you'll listen to teachers, students, and parents who share why Mladinich is such an important part of our campus community. And in my last 30 seconds, I just want to share a personal story. In 2020, I almost died. I had an appendix that went bad, was out of the classroom. When I woke up from one of my surgeries, there was a big banner on the wall with all my students' names. And that was Annie. Thank you.
Okay, our first virtual speaker is Marie Butler. Marie, you've been unmuted.
Hi, thank you. Good evening. I'm also here to speak on behalf of Annie Mladinich, my friend and colleague. I've had the pleasure of working and collaborating with Annie for the last 13 years. My entire teaching career made in Hayward here at Mount Eden. And Annie has been incredibly influential and supportive on the way I've developed my pedagogy and the way I experience my students in my classroom. I've been able to collaborate with her in an inquiry process with Mills Teacher Scholars. I've collaborated with her on local curriculum council. I've collaborated with her on a number of field trips. And Annie is a model educator. She was talking to me about how to be social emotionally responsive to our students before that was a directive from the district. She was talking to me about how to meet our students where they're coming from and being culturally responsive and recognizing what white supremacy does to the institution of education. She has always been an advocate for our students and our staff. When I had to take care of my brother in his senior year of high school, she was his government teacher and gave him the most excellent government education that he could have experienced. He got to go on the field trip to see Hamilton, and his experience there really kind of changed his life. She has helped me in so many ways, and she's helped our students and our staff in so many ways. I cannot say how wonderful she is enough, and 2 minutes is just not enough time. She should be returned.
Our next online speaker is Marie Butler. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Brown.
Hello,
Ms.
my
Brown,
name,
you've been unmuted.
thank you. My name is Christine Brown. I am a chemistry teacher at Mount Eden. During my 31 years here, I have served as a department chair and ELD coordinator in addition to my normal teaching duties. I'm here also to advocate for my colleague, Annie Mladinich. I met Annie during my time as ELD coordinator many years ago. I observed her during one of her sheltered government classes and was impressed with how well she connected with her students. She helped students immerse themselves in our government processes rather than have them memorize facts. I was so impressed by her teaching that when my son's Boy Scout troop needed to learn about government for a merit badge, I asked Annie to help. She arrived with a complete lesson plan, and I have to admit that I learned a few things about our government that night as well. She is an engaging and positive presence in her students' lives. More recently, Annie was instrumental in bringing back journalism to Mount Eden. Together with a group of dedicated students, she created the Journalism Club, and they were able to publish a few editions of a well-researched and relevant newspaper. She taught them how to interview, research, and provide well-rounded perspectives on current issues. It was such a success that journalism is now an official class, and we had 2 newspapers running on campus. Her absence is felt deeply at Mount Eden. Annie is a dedicated and exceptional teacher. Our campus is diminished without her presence. This is why so many of us are here tonight, both in person and virtually, to speak on her behalf. We are all taking a risk by standing up here tonight. I worry that by speaking out, I will face consequences at school, that perhaps requests I make to improve the campus will go unanswered, that I won't be teaching the classes that I'm experienced in because I'm here tonight. I hope that I'm wrong, but I've seen it happen. Annie Mladinich is an amazing educator. That's what this all comes down to, and it's what matters. Thank you.
Our next online speaker is iPhone 187.
Sorry, point of order. I believe we said there were 2 online and we weren't taking any more. So President, are we taking all 5?
How many were received at the time of the call of the public? Put hands up. Michael,
Online, you mean?
online, how many hands were raised at the time of? All right,
I wasn't in this seat when they came in, but I believe it was 6.
it was.
I'm not 100% sure. It's 5 or 6.
As the
1 second, we're.
Right. So President Perfetti, I believe when Christy reported out, she mentioned there was 5 online speakers, 2 in person.
If Christy was still here, that would be helpful. Is she?
We're gonna allow the 5 online, but that's it, because we already made the call and we've extended it basically twice at this point.
Yeah, I'm trying to unmute iPhone 187. iPhone 187, you need to unmute yourself. Okay, we'll move on to the next one, Leona Wong.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Leona Wong, and I'm a teacher at Mount Eden High School. I'm also here to advocate for Annie. I've been teaching at Mount Eden for about 16 years now, and as long as I've been on this campus, Annie has been basically the spirit of Mount Eden. She's one of the legends. She's one of the teachers that we all know care so much about her students that if she is no longer on this campus, it's going to be a major loss. Annie is like, as a person, she's the nicest person ever to our students. She is the most important person ever in this world. We need a teacher like her in this horrible world that we're living in right now. Annie is the kind of teacher we need in classrooms to help teach the students about the world that we're currently living in. And without her, it's a major loss. And I hope that our voices today will help you make a decision to help us keep Annie at our campus. Because I normally don't speak up at these scenarios because I have so much anxiety. And the fact that I'm here right now, I really feel that this is so important to our school, to our community, and just overall to the general world. We need a teacher like Annie on our campus. And if we lose her, it is a major loss, especially in today's world. Thank you.
Next online speaker is Kaylin Wynn.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Kaylin Wynn, and I'm a Mount Eden alum and former journalism student of Annie Mladnich. I also came here to highlight Mlad's qualities as an outstanding teacher and mentor. She's dedicated almost 30 years of her life to Mount Eden and has left an undeniable impact as a department chair and trailblazer in reviving the journalism program. I worked closely with Mlad to create the Monarch Times, and I can confidently say she's one of the most hardworking, open, empathetic, and kind people I've ever met. She not only guided me through challenges with the newspaper, but through personal issues too. When I stressed over deadlines, she was always there to calm me down and tell me it'll all be okay. And when I spent the entire night formatting the paper and came to school sleep deprived, she'd always let me use her room to nap in at lunch. Mlad's always been an unwavering support for me as a teacher and mentor, and I can't imagine what my time at Mount Eden would have been like without her. It was incredibly hard to not have her there for the last half of my senior year. It was like the heart of the program had been ripped out and we struggled without her. Every second, one of our 9 students would say, "I miss Mlad," or "I wish Mlad were here to help us." And it wasn't just me that she supported. I can't count how many times I walked into her classroom throughout my 4 years and saw a student going to her for guidance on things related to school, work, or personal problems at home. I'm here because Mlad doesn't deserve what's happened to her. She deserves to be in the classroom and in her element. She's an amazing teacher, and Mount Eden wouldn't be the same without her. Thank you.
Our next online speaker is Catherine.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, so my name is Catherine Escoto. I am a Mount Eden High School alum. I'm here to speak on a teacher I had, Miss Mladnich, who I last saw in March for a situation that happened in my zero period class. I'm not here to talk about that, but rather talk about the impact Mlad had in my life. From my freshman year up until the beginning of my senior year, I was in an abusive relationship with a fellow classmate. I hadn't told anyone out of fear, but it got to the point where my life was at risk. I knew Mlad from journalism junior year, and she was my teacher again for 2 classes my senior year. When I was too afraid to tell my own parents, she was the first person I went to. She helped me report the situation to the school administration, but beyond that, Mlad still helped me. She would check in on me whenever she had the chance. She helped me process what I had gone through and helped me realize it wasn't my fault. Since the issue was ongoing for a while, when she left in March, I no longer had someone there checking up on me. I struggled to open up without encouragement, and I felt lost without her presence. I know I'm not the only student that feels lost without Mlad there for us. I'm speaking up because I want other students to have the opportunity to create a relationship with a teacher like Mlad. She doesn't deserve what is happening to her, and frankly, she just deserves to come back and build these relationships with different students because it helps saves lives like my own. Thank you.
That concludes the speakers who came in during the collection period.
Thank you very much. We are going to adjourn to closed session and return around 6:30 p.m. Thank you.
discovered 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Good evening and welcome, everyone. This meeting for the Hayward Unified School District Board of Education is now reconvening to our open session, and the time is 7:11. Item C1, announcement of interpretation services. Ms. Wu Fernandez, would you and the interpretation team please make the announcement?
Thank you, President Buffette. We're providing Spanish interpretation for this evening's meeting. If you are here in the building and need translation equipment, please raise your hand and our team will assist you. If you have a personal device with a headset, you can log into the Zoom meeting and use that feature. You'll need to access the HUSD visitor Wi-Fi called HUSD-board-meeting as shown on the screen. There is no password required for this Wi-Fi network during this board meeting. For our Zoom attendees, please take a look at the toolbar, find the globe, and select Spanish, and our translation team will be on that line providing translation services. Ms. Casada, Mr. Rubio?
I think we're having a technical difficulty, so we're just gonna pause just for 1 second. In the meantime, let's go on and move on to a board roll call. Ms. Watts?
Would the board members please confirm their attendance? President Peter Buffette,
Present.
Vice President Sarah Prada,
I believe she's remote today. Is she in the audience?
from our EIT team, I do not see her present.
Thank you.
Austin Button Carrillo, clerk.
Present.
Dr. April Okenda. Here. Ken Rowden.
I'm here.
Can we just take a moment to thank our assistant superintendent?
Thank you so much, Ms. Watts.
You're welcome.
If we're looking for volunteers, I think the Hayward Education Association is willing to take the next meeting. I see Mercedes jumping up to take the seat.
Estamos ofreciendo traducción ya en vivo. Para las personas que están en el edificio, pueden buscarnos si necesitan algún dispositivo. Si no, estamos ya vivos por medio de Zoom. Puede buscar el globo terráqueo seleccionando español. Además, si necesita usar el Internet, puede acceder a HUSD Board Meeting. Gracias.
Thank you very much. We have just concluded C1 as well as C2. Moving over to C3, land acknowledgement and sanctuary declaration. And we are joined by our student board members for the first time today. And I believe student trustee Leilani Sandoval will be leading us tonight.
The HUSD School Board respectfully acknowledges the original peoples of the lands on which our campuses are built. For thousands of years and hundreds of generations, the Choqueño people actively stewarded these lands to ensure they provided for all living things. This land on which our district was established was and continues to be of significance to the Muwekma Ohlone tribe. Today, we acknowledge the impact that colonization had on the Chochenyo Muwekma Nation and recognize our responsibility to help them heal from this history and secure a sustainable future. The Hayward Unified School District is committed to diversity, equity, and inclusion among all of our students, families, and staff. HUSD understands the importance of fostering an environment that welcomes, affirms, and celebrates people of all races, religions, sexes, sexual orientations, genders, gender identities, and expression, ages, national or ethnic origins, and physical or mental abilities. All members of our community have a responsibility to uphold these values. Hayward Unified School District has sanctuary resolutions that acknowledge our duty to protect the specific safety needs for our immigrant youth and families, and our lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and questioning youth, families, and staff. Our schools are and continue to be safe havens where all students are valued, protected, and empowered to thrive.
Thank you so much. Before we get over to C4, I actually meant to begin the meeting this way. Our board would like to acknowledge the passing of one of our dedicated parents, Rhonda Leopold. Rhonda was the matriarch of one of the founding families of ASAI, the African American Student Achievement Initiative. Rhonda had 3 children who attended school here, Jordan, Taylor, and Matthew. A staunch advocate for Black family engagement and voices, she served and volunteered on a myriad of site and district decision-making bodies. Rhonda was an outstanding role model and mentor to our families new to the district and ASAI. In addition to her service to the community, she will be remembered for her infectious smile and open and honest heart. I've been told that her son is in the audience today. I just want to give a round of applause for the contributions for Rhonda to this district. I want to thank you, Mr. Leopold, for your attendance here, and I would ask everyone here to please observe Rhonda Leopold and her contributions to this district in a moment of silence. Thank you, everyone. If we can give one more round of applause again for Mr. Jordan Leopold. Okay, item C4, that's call for and collect public speaker cards. Clerk Buckner Carrillo, would you please read the rules on public speaking?
I tried to propose that the superintendent should read this on her birthday, but I will go ahead. The agenda for every regular board meeting provides an opportunity for members of the public to directly address the board on any items of interest, providing the subject matter is within the jurisdiction of the board. The jurisdiction of the board includes the authority to hire, fire, and evaluate its only employee, the superintendent, as well as the authority to set the school district's goals, direction, curriculum, budget, and policy. This board will also hear comments regarding matters that fall under the scope of the superintendent. Public comments of that sort are welcome in this forum. With respect to this allowance, however, the board continues to ask that the public not use the names of staff and students for reasons of privacy and due process. Meanwhile, the board is prohibited by the Brown Act from having a discussion with the speaker or trustees during this segment of the meeting, since the topic would not be on the agenda and therefore would not give the public proper advance notice, and thus would prevent members of the public from the opportunity to speak on the topic. Accordingly, members may only respond briefly. An example would be to ask the superintendent to comment on what was heard or ask a clarifying question to comprehend what was just said, but not to further examine or comment upon the matter. Please note that staff captures comments made by the public that require follow-up, and the board expects the superintendent to address this issue and update the board appropriately. For each individual speaker, 2 minutes of speaking time is allowed. Speaker time cannot be granted to another speaker to elongate that person's time. As to agenda items, procedurally, speaker requests on any item will not be accepted after the item is open for discussion by the board. Individual speakers shall be allowed 1 single appearance per agenda item to address the board. In keeping with board governance and policies, we have asked that speakers be muted and time disconnected if their commentary is not being presented. Lastly, as to signage, please note that non-speakers may not hold up a sign behind a speaker where, for example, it blocks visibility of other people at the meeting or impedes another's personal space, since it is considered a disruption to the meeting.
Thank you very much, Clerk Buckner Carrillo. Item C5, report actions taken by the board in closed session. I have a report as well as the superintendent, and my report from the board is the board finalized the tools they will use to evaluate the superintendent in the 2025-2026 school year. Superintendent Chinwe Fernandez, what is your report?
Thank you, President Buffetti. On a motion by Dr. Kenda and seconded by Mr. Buffetti, the board voted with Mr. Kenda, Mr. Buffetti, and Mr. Rowden voting yes, Ms. Prada voting no, and Mr. Austin Buckner-Creel voting abstaining from the vote. The board voted to recommend Roxana Villas-Nor as the AOSA 3 School Leadership and Accountability.
Thank you. Item C6, approve the order of the agenda. Board bylaws believes that the late night meetings deter public participation and can affect the board's decision-making ability and can be a burden to staff. Regular board meetings shall be adjourned no later than 10:30 p.m. unless extended to a specific time determined by the majority of the board, and the meeting shall be extended no more than once and subsequently may be adjourned to a later date. This is the time where if the board would like to move an item up or down, would do so via motioning. I'm calling for the motion.
I'll move to approve the order of the agenda.
Is there a second?
I would like to offer an amendment. For item G1 was a
Point of order, it's either a second or, right? There's order.
It would either be a second or a substitute motion.
I would like to make a substitute motion that we for item G1, the unaudited actual financial report and update on budget cash management implementation of the FCMAT fiscal health risk analysis, that we turn that into a 3-part procedural item with, or sorry, 4-part with the presentation, board questions, public comment, and then deliberations. So 4-part procedural item.
Is there a second on the floor?
I'm sorry, Clerk Buckner-Creel, are you suggesting it's still G1, but we just combine board comments and questions into one? How we do an information item?
I would prefer for item G1 that we have, was discussed by a member of the public at our last board meeting, that perhaps there should be an opportunity after public comment for the financial update, that we as a board then have an opportunity to deliberate on that item.
Right, so because this is an action item, that is how it's already set up. I think last time it was an informational item, and so I believe it already is set up that way.
Thank you so much.
Would you like to withdraw your substitute motion?
Yes, I apologize.
worries.
I was second your original motion, Dr.
Thank you very
Akenda.
much. Any deliberation? All right, roll call vote. Superintendent Chinwe Fernandez?
Trustee Rowden,
Yes.
Dr. Kenda,
Yes.
Clerk Buckner-Creel,
Yes.
Vice President Prada,
Yes.
President Buffetti.
Yes. And if you could just summarize, passes 5-0. Yeah, right?
Apologize. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much. Item D, reports and commentary. This is a fun part of the day. We are joined by our first time this year, our student trustees. If I could ask you guys just to go down the line, introducing yourselves. I see two familiar faces, and then introduce yourself, what grade you're in, some hobbies you have, and how excited you are to be here tonight.
We actually have introduction slides, so I don't know if you still want us to do that or do the introduction slides.
Introduction slides, there you go.
Okay, they are a part of our student board member comments. Is that okay?
Start off with you, Trustee Sandoval.
Okay. Hi everyone. My name's Trustee Leilani Sandoval. I'm actually, this is my second year being board representative for Tennyson High School, and I'm currently a junior. A little bit about myself is I'm actually the eldest of 3, so I have a younger sister and a younger brother, and I've always loved animals. Growing up, I spent a lot of time at my grandparents' ranch during the weekend. I still try to go, but life's gotten a little bit busier, so it's not as usual. I enjoy being involved in my community. I'm currently a part of the Hayward Youth Commission, and I'm also YEP youth intern, and I volunteer whenever I can. I volunteer whether it's on the weekends or during the school breaks. I go with my friends, so it's like makes the experience even more better. And I'd say my favorite volunteering event was volunteering at the Rowell Ranch Rodeo. So I will be definitely doing that again next year if I have the chance. Next up, we have athletics. So we have a lot of games starting off this week. This Friday, we have a home football game, and the theme is Minions because of Youth Night. So I'm really excited to see everyone in their Minions theme and hope to continue our winning streak. We currently have a winning streak as well. And for girls volleyball, they're going against Oakland Military. For tennis, they're going against Piedmont. Flag football, they're going against Arroyo. For education, we have our BSU is starting really early this year, so I'm really excited to see what events they're starting to have. And for Cyber High, a lot of our students are still waiting on Cyber High to get the opportunity to catch up and to graduate, especially the seniors. And last off, we have our events. So these past few weeks and upcoming weeks, we've had like a lot of events going on. First off, we had our senior sunrise on August 23rd, which was a success. This year's class was able to enjoy a beautiful sunrise, even though there was a gloomy start to it. And next, from September 8th to 12th, we observed Suicide Prevention Week. The Wellness Center and Health Center and attendance clerks hosted activities during lunch, which were ribbon and sticker decorating, button making, and other events just to raise awareness and support throughout the school. On September 24th, we have our fall sports rally, which will be recognizing our 6 hardworking teams: football, flag football, cheer, tennis, girls volleyball, and cross country. So we'll be highlighting seniors, MVPs, coaches, and just like having a really good time and having our school spirit. And for our last upcoming event, we have our annual Puente Car Show. So that will be on Saturday, October 4th from 10 to 2 in our student parking lot at Tennyson. It's open to everyone, so I'm really excited to see everyone, and I highly encourage everyone to come. And that's it for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I saw that the affinity for Hello Kitty. Did you get one of those Happy Meal toys that they were giving out last month?
No, I didn't actually get one. I'm so bummed out about that one. But I did get what was it? There was another one that it was like it was a night, I think, or I'm not sure. But I did get one of those, but not the Ninja Turtle one.
No, I got one of those. I'll see if I got an extra. Okay, representatives from Mount Eden High School. We have student trustee Jalen Thomas joining us for her second year on the board.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jalen Thomas, and I am the student parliamentarian for the Monarchs at Mount Eden. So to share a little bit about me, like President Buffette said, it is my second year on the board. I like to read, I like to listen to music and spend time with my puppies. I have 2 of them at home. And I'm super excited to be a senior this year. And after high school, I do plan to study forensics. Where is TBD for now? So I've been involved in leadership since 8th grade because I enjoy being a voice for students and creating opportunities for my peers. And I'm really looking forward to staying here for another year. So to keep on with updates, we kicked off this year for our seniors by hosting our senior sunrise on our football field, where students gathered together to celebrate the start of our final year. The event took place on Friday, August 22nd, and we had snacks, posters, and hot chocolates for everyone to enjoy. Then on Friday, September 5th, we held our first home football game of the year. Our student section theme was Neon Night, and leadership handed out glow sticks and offered free face paint to students and families who were excited for the game. Then On August 27th and August 28th, we held our grade level assemblies, and they weren't just informational meetings. They served the purpose of giving each class the chance to hear directly from Mount Eden admin about our school-wide expectations, the positive climate we're trying to build, and the shared responsibility we all have in shaping our campus atmosphere. Students were also introduced to the majority or to the many people and resources here to support them, from counselors to wellness staff to academic programs and campus safety. Then on September 4th, leadership hosted our annual club day during lunch. So I forgot to add this in here, but we had over 40 clubs there. So we're so excited to uplift our spirit. And this event gave students the chance to explore a wide variety of clubs our school has to offer, sign up for new opportunities, and even hang out with Monty for pictures and fun. Then for upcoming events, we have our back to school night on September 18th from 5:30 to 8. And it's a great opportunity for families to connect with teachers, learn more about what students will be working on this year, and get a better understanding of the classroom expectations. We'll also have student performances and some snacks to enjoy, so please come by and join us. Oh, sorry, I forgot to skip to that slide. But then here's our information to connect with us. And that's all I have. So remember, you can't hide that monarch pride.
Thank you so much. We were missing that little the can't hide your monarch pride on this board for the last 4 months now. So
What kind of puppies?
oh yeah, what kind of puppies do you have? You had two, you said?
Yeah, I have a Maltese Shih Tzu. He's about to turn 10 this year or next year. And then Shih Tzu Pomeranian, I'm pretty sure, and we've had her for the last 2-3 years. Yeah.
Oh, that's so cute. I believe Trustee Prada, did you have a question or a statement?
I actually had a question for Executive Cabinet about a timeline for Cyber High. I heard that for Tennyson that seniors and our students are really anxious to make sure that we have Cyber High up and running for them so that they can get their credits and everything done so that they can graduate on time. So I just wanted to know if we could get an update on a timeline for making sure that happens this year.
Perfect. Thank you. I think they're noting that right now for a future report.
Oh, and welcome back. I was just saying, and welcome back to it.
Thank you, Vice President Prada. And I do notice we have one of our student board member alumnus in the crowd, Ms. Robeson. Thank you for your service on this board. If we can all give her a round of applause. She is being not replaced, but in her place, Trustee Ira, is that correct?
Ira. Hello, my name's Alonso Ira, and I will be representing Hayward High School this year. So quick introduction of who I am. I'll be the trustee this year, Ira again. And I'm a senior at Hayward High School, and this will be my first year representing the school at the board meeting. And I joined in hopes of representing what the people there in my school want, and just being sure that by being active here, I can give them the best high school experience possible. And but yeah, who am I? I love history a lot. I love researching it. I love hearing about other people's histories. I just overall love learning new things. And this has made me a pretty outgoing person where I try to remain positive and silly, which is why we have an image of SpongeBob right there. I also really like Pokemon and cats, with my favorite Pokemon being Trico. And I grew up on PBS Kids. School spirit. So ASB has been holding a bunch of lunchtime events, and some of my favorites personally have been the TikTok throwing and the Twister one, which have all come with awards that have had fun awards for students who participate, encouraging school spirit all around. We also had a cheerleader concert or performance to raise spirits, as well as hype up the campus for the upcoming football game that we were going to have that week. And senior class has also hosted a senior sunrise such as our fellow high schools. I had a sweet Hawaiian shirt on. I wish I took a photo of it, but unfortunately I didn't. But it was still a lot of fun. A lot of photos were taken. A lot of memories were made, and it was overall really great. Sports. Now I spoke about the cheer performance, so it only makes sense to talk about other sports in the campus. We've had 2 home football games so far, with the themes being blackout and construction / wear neon. And we actually have a game this Friday against Newark, with the themes being denim out, so go Farmers. But we cannot forget the other sports. We have a girls tennis and volleyball team underway so far, and right there we have their schedules, and we're hoping for a good season for them as well. Now, as many of you probably know, the campus has been undergoing a lot of construction, and I personally love how the hallways look. I think they look very nice. But there has been some issues that I've heard from staff. Some of them have been complaining about water dripping from the AC to where they've needed to get some buckets to make sure it doesn't get too crazy. We've also had some of the portables experiencing wiring issues and also the AC just not working. So we're hoping these get fixed, and some of them have been fixed, but I think it's important to just lay that out. And finally, upcoming. We have a club day coming up soon, but also we have DTR stuff underway. We actually had a meeting today for the freshmen for royalty and I think all the classes. But we want to make sure the freshmen are getting the support they need. So leadership will be holding these meetings to kind of help the freshmen get up on their feet so we can have an amazing DTR. We also have a Hispanic Heritage Month celebration / preparations underway, with Puente holding a. With Puente is gonna have a booth with plenty of activities, as well as a taco truck after school to sell lunch. And as I mentioned before, we also have the Denim Out football game this Friday, and that will be all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a lot in common. I'm a big fan of a PBS kid growing up. Love SpongeBob. I was a farmer as well, and I do love history. What's your Roman Empire?
Jimmy Carter.
Sure. Okay, I would love to pick your brain on that later. Well, thank you guys. Thank you all so much for your reports and student commentary. You all giving them a round of applause, please. And I appreciate your contributions to this board, and please be brutally honest. You know, what you see, give us the good, the bad, and the ugly. But I really appreciate the time you took for your presentations today. Thank you. Moving on to item D2, superintendent comments. Ms. Wu Fernandez.
Thank you, President Perfette. Right. A couple of events are coming up for us. It's welcome back to school time again. So we have the Mill and Father March, which we appreciate very much every year. Lots of family and community members engage with us, making sure that our father and father figures are taking their students to school as part of celebrating that. And we are one of the districts celebrating this day across the nation. So we are welcoming folks to join us on Friday. Sorry, Erin, September 19th, to make sure that you're taking your kids to school. We have usually one flagship site. We're doing this at all the school sites, but there's one that we do an extra celebration in, and this year is Fairview. So if folks are available, please come out and join us in welcoming kids to school that morning. We have the Filipino American Heritage Month celebration. It was our last year, I think, was our initial launch of this particular event. It was a great success, so we are doing it again. Mr. Buffette will be, I think, emceeing that night, so please come out and make sure that we give him a hand and making sure that we celebrate our students. It is a multicultural event. There's performances, and it's really about bringing the community together to celebrate something and to honor our diversity in our schools and our community. So please come join us that day. Lastly, this is an exciting thing that we probably should celebrate. We have Veronica Ortiz, who happens to be in the audience today, but she and a bunch of our students, along with our trustee, very own trustee, Austin Brockton-Creo, visited the local 104 Training Center in Livermore to explore apprenticeships opportunities for students. So local 104 offers a 5-year pay program in sheet metal air conditioning, mechanics and technology with health benefits, pension, and a free associate's degree. So it's a great opportunity for our kids, and our students who are graduating from our schools can advance in their leadership, instruction, design, and business ownership as some of the options. So it was a fun day for all and an opportunity for our students. So I wanted to make sure that we highlight that because we are trying to really look at expanding our ability to create pathway for students and allow students to have different opportunities. And we're very grateful that we have partners in that venture. Lastly, we have a special ed town hall meeting that's coming up. And so please, for parents who are interested, you do not have to have a child who has an IEP to join that particular meeting. It is open for all. And so if you are interested in learning about special education, you have concerns or questions, please feel free to join us on that night at the town hall meeting. Lastly, as always, please contact us if there's any questions. This is a slide that has the contact information for us. And again, we do include always the CELIP hotline for our students or family members who are concerned or have questions about the immigration activities in the neighborhood. Please utilize that particular number if you need resources or have questions or have things to report. That concludes my comments.
I think you forgot one very important thing. It's your birthday today.
It is my birthday too.
I promised you guys in closed session that I would embarrass you in public. So
It's Amy's birthday too.
and I was just gonna get there. It's Ms. Nichols, and I believe the last name we saw on that last slide was Sabrina Aranda as well. But I'd love if Trustee Ryan, could you lead us in a happy birthday song for her?
Yes, I'd be happy to do that. And I'll pay my therapist overtime this week. Okay. So here we go. Everybody sing. Ready? Here's your note. Go. Happy birthday. Oh my God. Day to you. Happy birthday, dear Jen and Amy. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for Trustee Ryan for leading us in that effort. Okay, that moves us along in this agenda to item E, special feature, our summer highlights.
I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Davies to lead us in this presentation.
Good evening, Board of Education and Hayward community. This evening, we are very excited to share a little bit about our summer learning highlights. The district offered multiple programs and opportunities for students to continue learning during the summer. We have a few slides to showcase some of the programming, and here we go.
I would recommend the HUSD summer internship program because it's really good for your resume, it's great for college applications, and it's really great to understand how a workplace environment actually behaves.
It's a good way to look into more careers, medical and engineering wise, and it helps you come up with new ideas.
There's like something peaceful in learning where your food came from. It's something everybody takes for granted.
I think this program is pretty nice if you want to go out for the summer and reconnect with nature. I also think you get to learn a lot here.
You really got to put your whole heart into it, you know? You got to put in as much as you get out, you know?
I would recommend this program because it's really interesting, and if you're into medicine, this is a really good opportunity to learn new things and how to treat patients. One cool thing I've learned at this internship is how nurses take patients and their vitals.
Not only does it make you learn the necessities of a business, but it also gives you an edge to others in case you want to pursue entrepreneurship in the future.
I've learned so many new things, and I've worked with so many new people, and their goals and their values align with mine. It's a really nice feeling to do something that you know is worthwhile.
It helps you to know more about kids and also helps you to have more hands-on activity, and it still teaches you more things every day.
I would recommend this program because it's fun. Like, I had a lot of fun, and you actually do learn a lot. Like, I've learned a lot through this program.
Thank you for showing the video. This was our official launch to our summer programming. So we wanted to first highlight the internships from our high schoolers, and we have a very special guest that will be joining us to share her experience. So our college and career coordinator, Veronica Ortiz, will introduce our summer internship program, as well as introduce Valerie Roberson, our senior from Hayward High, who participated in one of the internships. And then I will go through the slide deck for the rest of the programming. Welcome.
So good evening. This summer, we were able to continue to offer our summer internship program with funding from the City of Hayward, Illumina, and Amazon. So 27 of our students were able to participate in a 40 to 80 hour internship. So I'm going to invite Valerie Roberson up here to share her experience.
Hey guys. So, if it wasn't already said, my name's Valerie Robeson. I'm an engineering student at Hayward High School. So, I did my internship over the summer with Illumina Incorporated, that's based in Hayward. They're a biotechnology company. My internship was a hybrid. What I did, I did a research project over the summer. I was researching instead of how their machines analyze DNA, I was more interested how they built those machines to analyze the DNA. Like what was the interworkings of those machines? I was more curious about that. And at the end of our program, all of the HUSD students went to their headquarters, presented all our research that we did over the weeks to a panel of Illumina representatives. I loved it. I had fun. My mentor was really kind. She was always very supportive, responded very quick, very helpful. If you guys watch the video, I basically said the similar things, but it really helped me learn work experience, but more in a corporate setting. I really love being able to see what it's like actually doing office work, seeing what my mom does every day. But gave me relevant work experience that I put on my resume already. I'm definitely gonna put this in my college apps, and very easy, fun thing to do over the summer that I definitely recommend. That's it. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Valerie, for joining us this evening. We know you're very busy, but we do appreciate you being here. Thank you. And so I would like to share some of the slides from the summer programming and just share some highlights. So during the summer, we did offer lots of continuing learning for our students. We had high school programs, extended school year programs for our students with IEPs. We hosted migrant education learning, middle school Stimulate, youth enrichment programs for our elementary and middle school, which was under Stimulate, and then our secondary school student internships. So in each of these slides, there's a bit of highlights on, oh, I have the clicker. There are highlights on the programming. And so with our high school, we did offer credit recovery, and it was in person with our teachers. So we had over 400 students who earned credits during the summer in each of the sessions. We offered 2 sessions at each of the high schools where students were able to earn up to 5 credits during the programming. And you can see some of the pictures on the different content areas where students were learning and earning their credits. And with the summer program, we did offer in-person learning. And so as we launch our credit recovery programs, we will have our YEP online programming during the school year that we're hoping to launch during the month of October. So we'll work on launching that in October. Extended year, that's for our students with IEPs. This supports them with continued learning with their goals on their IEPs, as well as social and emotional and hands-on activities. As you can see from the pictures, lots of activity for those students, and you can see the number of students enrolled, especially when you look at our preschool students, over 80 students enrolled in summer programming with regular attendance. Our migrant education students had some integration of the arts. So they did arts and writing. So we had over 40 students who participated in that program, and you can see some of their student work there. They also were able to extend their learning into some summer study trips. Our YEP enrichment, this technology-based hands-on learning for middle schoolers, Stimulate, Summer Academy. You can see all of the happy faces as they integrated technology into their different learning spaces. And they also were able to expand their learning into the community with study trips. And then for our YEP elementary learning, we did host over 1,100 students, and we had different high school students who were able to support the program. And we had 85% who agreed or strongly agreed that they got to try something new. So that's exciting for our students and our community. So you can see some of the pictures of the students participating in the summer programs. And then college and career highlights, some of our students were able to participate at all 3 high schools in young entrepreneurship activities. And you can see from the photos, they had different variety of experiences and opportunities. And then we did share that our students had the opportunity, 27 of them, to participate in summer internships. And we do want to thank the local companies that hosted our students, because it's more complicated than we think to host students in a learning environment, as well as while they're trying to complete their regular business. So we're very proud that we were able to support our students with this sort of expanded learning opportunity. And thank you. That ends this special feature. We do have a more comprehensive data built presentation that we will link for you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I wanted to thank our former student trustee, Ms. Robeson, for visiting us and with that presentation. I also wanted to commend the YEP elementary program. I firsthand feedback from the kiddos I'm around every day was that they were so happy to go on the field trips. They go into a Giants game, Monterey Bay Aquarium. I believe it was also an amusement park. Just really cool core memories that we made for a lot of students. A lot of them the first time they'd gone. We're going to turn it over to Vice President Prada for the next question, and then go to you guys.
Thank you, President Buffett. Thank you for the presentation. This was really, really great. I was looking for a link in the agenda with more information and data. I did have a question, maybe it's going to be included in the package later, but I wanted to see with our students who did credit recovery over the summer, like, was there a increase in engagement? Like, were they able to, how many like fully completed all of the credits that they were covering? Like, was there a change in grades? Or I just wanted to see, like, you know, with that kind of condensed learning experience, like, is there a change in engagement, or is that something that you guys, like, so the type of data that you guys collected, or I don't know
Good
if you
evening,
feel
Mrs.
that.
Prada. Yes, we did collect data on the students and the completion of credits, and it is within the extended slide deck. We did have a more condensed program in lieu with our, we were trying to be very fiscally sound, as well as prioritizing our students that needed the credit recovery. So we were able to offer credit recovery in multiple subject areas, and we did see students completing. So we were very proud, and you will see that we had large numbers of credits earned over the summer from all 3 school sites.
That's great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for the board? Clerk Bergner Korea.
Just, and I don't want to belabor the point. I realize we're approaching 8 p.m. Assistant Superintendent, thank you for the presentation. I think YEP is amazing. I just wonder if you could speak to the involvement of the Chamber of Commerce in internships. And if they're not involved as a partner, if we could pursue them for next year. I know the number one thing that their businesses are looking for is the next generation of workforce.
Thank you. We have reached out to the chamber so that we can collaborate on some efforts around internships for our students. More to come.
So I appreciate that. So is that we are pursuing that for next year?
We're trying to pursue it for this year so that we will be able to offer something for our students this year in
Okay.
collaboration with them. Yeah.
Awesome. And then just my final question, if I can, YEP, the employment requirements, I believe they hire high school graduates. Am I mistaken if I recall from the YEP presentation that came before our board, straight out of high school graduates?
I would need to research that. I'm not sure. I don't have an answer for you right now.
I'm sorry, trustee McNamara, are you saying that, are they high school students? Is that the question?
So I believe YEP, part of their hiring practice is they hire folks that have recently graduated from high school.
They do both, and so we have high school students. One of them is our own, is that are hired to assist students, and that's part of the YP program currently. We do also hire members of the community, including recent graduates, and we are really excited about the fact that some of our high school students have also decided to join us after they graduate. So creating a pathway for some of our students to be able to access the jobs that are still within our system, but now identify as YP leaders versus student workers in our system.
I asked that question. I think all of us on the board, I believe, have been receiving emails and calls from families who are on a wait list for YEP. I have a member of our city council that's reached out that's on the list who, to my knowledge, childcare is not an issue, has no idea where they are. I've also received emails from single parents who also have no idea where they are on the list. Later on in the agenda, I'm asking for a future agenda item. I'll read the email into the record, but this seems like an opportunity to help build the pipeline for folks that are interested in applying for YEP. So next year, we don't sit here again and have to get emails from parents who are deciding, am I going to go to work today and be able to put food on the table, or am I going to have to stay home and take care of my kid because Hayward can't tell me if I'm number 1 on the YEP list or number 500. And so I just wanted to, again, we get certain opportunities to fit things into the conversation. I realize the connections that YEP was mentioned in this presentation, so I just wanted to take the moment to flag it as a concern. Thank you.
So in response, I do recognize that our YP program is a much needed program for our community. Childcare is a needed program in our community. And we have been expanding YP capacity over the years, so we're able to take more students. Our current funding for YP does call for the prioritization of students who are further away from access as priority into the system. Past that, there is a wait list, and we're currently, if you're listening, recruiting for lots of YP leaders, and the filling of those positions will help us take students off the wait list, and we're constantly recruiting. One of the reasons we created a pipeline in terms of high school students being in the program is we are trying to create pipeline and appointment. This is a great opportunities. Again, I'm doing a little bit of commercial right this minute for students who are attending, for instance, college. It is a position that you can work after school, and so we're really hoping that we invite members of our community to be part of our program. And so if folks are interested, please do apply. That is actually what's going to help us remove students off the wait list and into programming so that we have enough seats for students and enough supervision for students.
Thank you. That moves us on to our next item. Item F, public comments for jurisdictional items not appearing on tonight's agenda. Board bylaws allow up to 1 hour of public comment. This time is designated for subject matters within our jurisdiction that are not on this evening's agenda. The hour for non-agenda public comment will be split into 2 periods, one segment at the beginning for 45 minutes, the other at the end for 15. Any speakers unable to speak in the first segment, either due to the 45-minute time expiring or due to late arrival, may be heard in the latter 15-minute period. Is it Ms. Watts?
Yes, we have 10 speaker cards for in-person speakers, and we have 2 hands raised to speak on this agenda item. The first 3 speakers in person are Mary Walsh, Khadijah Abdul-Haq, and Laura Martinez from Schaefer Park.
Good evening, Board. Mary Walsh, Vice President of HIA, teacher at Hayward High. Just a quick comment. I believe that at adult school Davita Scott has a program that's providing internships for the 3 high schools as well, so we may want to coordinate that into your list. I'm here to talk about 2 things, and I don't know that I'll be able to fit it in, but believe me, I'll be back. I want to talk about the classroom refresh, in particular, the issues at Hayward High. And a few were mentioned by our student board member, but there's been massive problems, and we use classroom refresh money to really do deferred maintenance, a massive digging and plumbing issue. That is not a classroom refresh. That's a betrayal of public trust. It is a deferred maintenance issue. We are, at the site, I am asking the district to do an equity walk and look at what's being done. I am out in the portables at this point. Mount Eden's, I believe, almost done at this point, or if not done. The portables have been moved from there. We're still in a situation where we're going through building, things are being pulled off. We're saying we can't do it, we're out of money. So when that next bond comes into action, I want there to be a fair equity walk, go to the sites, and I'm only talking about the high schools. Unfortunately, I haven't been to the elementaries, and do a comparison of what's been done. You will see the inequities. The next meeting, I'm just giving you a heads up, I want to talk about the access problems for the PAC Center. Mount Eden uses it as a classroom, whereas the other sites can't get access. We can't get busing. They've used it for class presentations. We have no large place to do it at our site, have big meetings. It's been a problem. So they can say they had problems with their gym. We don't even have bathrooms in our gym right now that function.
Good evening, board, everyone. I'm here on behalf of the noon supervisors. We are wanting them to become a board to be part of MNO chapter. The president and the VP are not here, so I am supporting my sisters. And hoping you guys would allow them to become SEIU 10-to-1 members. They work hard. They're the backbone, as classified is always the backbone of the school district. And I want you guys to please allow them to become part of our family, SEIU. Thank you. Thank you.
Martinez? Please press the button. Miss Martinez, please press the button with the person on it.
Hi, sorry, I'm a little bit nervous. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for your time. As a mother of a child with special needs, who has autism, peanut allergies, asthma, heart defects, I want to thank the noon supervisors for taking good care of my son and for all the students. My son attends regular classes, and he still needs extra care. So I feel like, he doesn't have any pet educator for help. So only the supervisors are the ones that help my son and other kids that has special needs like my son. They take care of my son during lunch and recess. They have the ability to help all children who needs it. New supervisors are necessary for the safety of our children and need to be protected. They deserve better wage and be part of the union. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Maria Aguilar, Jessica Ayala, Luz Ochoa.
Okay. Good evening, board members, trustees, and community. My name is Luz Ochoa, and I am a noon supervisor at Eden Gardens Elementary. Every day, I help students save in the cafeteria, on the playground, on the hallways, and dismissal. I supervise meals, recess, clean up eating areas, and building connections with families so they know their children are cared for. New supervisors are not just your duties. We are often the first to notice when a child is hurt, lonely, or needs support. We provide the safe space that allows teachers to teach and students to thrive. And yet, our hours being reduced and are paid minimum wage that does not match the responsibility of our work we do and the impact that have students. It tells us that our roles is not seems to be valuable, even though we know every family, every teacher relies on us. This is why we need the support of the union, so new supervisors can have a voice, fair wages, and stability to keep services and school with pride. When we are supported, our students are supported. I ask you tonight to recognize the importance of noon supervisors and to stand with us in fighting for the respect and resources we deserve. When students look for safety, they find us. Now we're asking you to stand with us so we can keep standing with them. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Ayala. Good evening, board members, and thank you for your time. We are noon supervisor. I would like to sincerely thank you for recognizing and welcoming us into the SEIU MNO and SAFECO chapter at HUSD. This is a meaningful step for all of us. Most of us have probably served this district for several years, and some for more than 20 years plus. Through the years, our dedicated service to our school and students, we have demonstrated our commitment, taking on a wide range of responsibilities and supporting our schools in every way we have been asked, without additional compensation for extra duties such as custodian duties, translation, cafeteria duties, administrative work, childcare, YEP support, teacher support, and classroom, etc. Yet, despite our dedication and willingness to step in where we are needed, many of us are still earning barely over 17 an hour. We have initiated negotiations. We are looking forward to addressing wages and working conditions. All we ask is for fairness, respect, and equity that reflects the value of our work of years of service. Thank you again for listening, and we look forward to your support. Thank you.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es María Aguilar. Estoy aquí en representación de mis compañeras. He estado sirviendo a la comunidad de Hayward por más de 21 años y solamente estamos pidiendo que seamos consideradas y reconocidas y pedimos un trato digno y un salario justo para todas. Gracias.
Good evening.
My name is Maria Aguilar. I'm here representing my colleagues and supporting them. I've served the Hayward community for over 20 years, and I'm here asking for justice and equity and fair treatment and fair compensation. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Daisy Bates, Andrew Gross, and Alexandra Rose.
Hello, you hear me? Okay, good. Good evening. AOD bargaining team is fully prepared and committed to reaching an agreement that retains and attracts top support professionals, the students that our students deserve. This is a brief summary of our first two bargaining sessions. Management has not made a genuine effort to reach an agreement. They are stalling. If they don't personally see a problem, they refuse to acknowledge the need for contract language, contract changes. 3, we are ready to settle. We're bargaining in good faith and still not accepted another drawn-out process that results in a year of negotiating. And for what? For mere crumbs after a year of delays. So we are advocating here, just like our brothers and sisters from SEIU, on critical issues such as fair and equitable treatment, recognition of our work, leaves, community participation, vacation and holidays, benefits, and more. So please direct your staff to work with us and negotiate in good faith. Thank you.
I am Andrew Gross, an office specialist and an EOD member for 11 years. When you eliminated my position in the payroll department, I accepted the role of office specialist at Helen Turner. Consequently, for the past 2 months, I've been working in the district's early learning program. I like to tell people it's the first time I've been in preschool in more than 50 years. The early learning program has 32 classes at 11 school sites. We serve 475 students and have a capacity for up to 700. I'm delighted to report that the staff at Helen Turner are outstanding. Everyone from Program Director Michelle Root and Assistant Director Mitchell Ha to the teachers and staff are enthusiastic, talented, professional, and committed to the best interests of the students. My AOD colleagues in the pre-K enrollment office are the best. Notably, our student files process has been used as a model for California state programs to emulate. Trustee Bruckner Carrillo visited Helen Turner in June. During his tour, he noticed that the enrollment took place in a busy hallway, and he suggested that the process be moved to a more appropriate venue. Consequently, in July, employees designed and opened a new room that is private yet welcoming and family-friendly. Parents can focus on the enrollment requirements and get answers to their questions while their children interact with the many toys, puzzles, and books in the room. On behalf of the enrollment team, I would like to express our appreciation to Trustee Bruckner Carrillo for your leadership on this matter. I encourage the other board members to visit the Helen Turner Early Learning Program, tour our facilities, meet our staff, and observe our classes. Thank you.
Yeah, that's
To our board, and my name is Alexa Rose, and I'm an incoming field rep supporting the Hayward USD chapter. And I'd like to thank you for supporting the accretion of the noon supervisors out here into the SEIU 10-1 bargaining unit. More than that, I want to thank all of you for your efforts in standing together, because in a time when unions are under attack, when workers' rights, migrants' rights are under attack, and nationally, locally, we feel the economic crisis here, and people standing together is more important than ever. And so I want to shout out to all of you in the room, especially to the union leaders who are supporting their siblings here into the union. So round of applause. And on top of that, we're also looking forward as we head into contract negotiations. We're looking forward to bargaining in good faith with all of you. I think they all said their situation best, right? We're going to be fighting for better wages, better working conditions. As you all know, they work about 12 to 15 hours. Is that right? Every week? Less than that, right? So imagine at about $17 per hour. I calculated that's about $800 to $1,000 a week, right? That's a month, right? So if we get it up to at least a minimum for classified wages at $23 per hour, I think we could reach more than that. That would be 1,100 to about 1,400 per month. Wouldn't that help a lot?
Oh, yes.
Right? So we're looking forward. We thank you again for supporting the accretion of the noon supervisors, and we look forward to bargaining with you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next two in-person speakers are Araceli Orozco and Jordan Leopold.
Good evening, Araceli Orozco, a parent and student advocate for more than 30 years. Tonight, I want to take these 2 minutes to really encourage you and to welcome the noon supervisors to the SEIU union. Our noon supervisors do a phenomenal job. They're the ones that take care of our kids. I'm not a noon supervisor, but I'm here supporting because I know the importance that they make in our kids' life and safety too. Since we cut our vice principals have time, some vice principals are doing 2 different schools. So that means that less supervision in our playground. And these ladies, moms mostly, are the ones that really take care of our children. They're the ones that, are in the, do the job as teachers, as therapists, as nurses, because they do care about our children. So this is a process that's way overdue, way overdue. And I don't know why it has taken this time to really recognize these group of people and really making them because they are worth it. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, everybody. My name is Jordan Leopold. I am a Hayward native. First of all, thank you for recognizing and celebrating my mother, Rhonda Leopold, for all of the years and work that she has given to not just the school district, but this whole city. My mother really loved this community a lot. Even long after I graduated, she was a part of the school district PTAs for my siblings. And my younger brother is 9 years younger than me. So yes, much love to my mom. And I just want to take a little bit of time to introduce myself. It's been a while since I've been to a board meeting here, but I intend to attend many more in my mother's legacy as an advocate for students here in Hayward. I want to first just simply acknowledge that there's only people under the age of 18 here, 3 students here. So we're making decisions and having conversations, and there's only 3 people of the community that we're taking action on. So remind yourself how many students we're serving here in the city, and think about the quality of education that they're getting and the dollars that we as taxpayers have to spend. And consider the funding coming from the county, city, state, federal, and the economic pressure that we're dealing with, and how we have to maintain the quality education for our students in addition to the economic pressure. My background, I study economics at Cal State East Bay. I've been in tech for 8 years, 6 in business development, 2 years in venture capital. I currently work in nonprofit within the public housing space, trying to understand and figure out solutions for homelessness here in the Bay Area. But just a couple more seconds. But again, I just really want to emphasize the continued need to
A point of order, we had 2 online speakers at the time that we began, but then there were 2 more that came online. Do we acknowledge the first, do we do all 4?
Yeah, we're still within our 45 minutes, so our 40 minutes will end at 8:46, so we'll allow it.
Okay, we have 4 speakers online. The first speaker is Kim Steffen. Ms. Steffen, you've been muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, wasn't sure. Good evening, members of the board, superintendent, and community. I want to take a moment to share a concern from my perspective as a 27-year teacher at Cherryland. In our special ed classroom, we currently have 2 different agencies working side by side. You've brought in one agency to support a single student, while Seneca, which has been at our school for the past 6 years and has run the SEED program, which is our counseling enriched program for grades 3 through 6. Seneca's team does much more than provide academic support. They work with our students on social skills, emotional regulation, counseling, and helping them grow into successful, well-rounded learners. The challenge we are facing is that these 2 agencies have very different policies, approaches, and visions for our students in this classroom. This inconsistency not only creates confusion for the teacher, but also for the staff. The inconsistency is not only felt by the students in the class, but by the students outside of it that are on our campus. As educators, we know how important consistency, safety, structure, and shared expectations are for student growth, especially for our most valuable learners. I urge you to take a closer look at how these 2 agencies are working together and the impact it is having on our students in this class, as well as the students at the school, but also the teachers and the paras in the room. The support in place from Seneca for our students aligns with their individual needs and allows them to thrive both academically and emotionally. I encourage you to watch the video that I shared via Google Drive from our former student who spoke at our promotion last year, and it was a first for our special ed class to do that. Thank you.
Our next speaker is online is Monique. Monique,
Hi, can you hear me?
yes.
Okay. Hello, good evening. Tonight, I just want to show some support for our special education department. I've watched the previous board meetings and I've noticed a pattern. And it's truly unfortunate how little credit is given to our special education department. Sorry, hold on. Apologize for that. I just wanted to show some support for our special education department. I feel like they don't get enough credit for the hard work they do. And is it a perfect system? No. But to expect a perfect system and in such an imperfect world is unfair. I'm only one family that has benefited from the kindness that our special education department can offer and the resources. I'm still figuring things out, and given everything that has been going on, I'm sure the entire district is still trying to figure things out. Some board members claim that we are a community, but waste no time to try to put blame on the special education department. And it's a pattern that is very obvious. We are here for the children. This is not politics. I just want to show support for them. They don't get enough credit. Everyone is working hard. And I am one family. I'm sure very many that truly feel that they do a lot. And I ask for those who are so quick to dispute the approval of the items that are there to support the fiscal needs of our special education department, I just ask that you reflect on why you would dispute that to some of our most vulnerable students. And happy birthday, Miss Fernandez and Miss Amy Nichols. That's all. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mildred Vasquez Behar. Ms. Vasquez Behar.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Vasquez. I was previously a student at Mount Eden High School. I knew Miss, I'm here to talk about Miss Mladenich, who was recently.
I'm sorry. We, that was a closed session item from earlier. I cannot speak on that at this time.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rochelle Baltazar. Rochelle.
Hello, good evening. My name is Rochelle Baltazar. I am a parent ambassador and on various other committees around the district. And I wanted to share my support for the noon supervisors to be able to join the union and be given a livable wage. The noon supervisors at Schaefer Park, my school, and across the district at all the other schools play a vital role with our kids every day. Like others shared, they know our kids better than most staff in the school. They get to know them sooner. They see them at their worst and their best. And they're relied on so heavily at our sites, but the benefits that they're receiving do not reflect that. So I think this conversation is long overdue. So hopefully that our district can get with it and, bring them to the table as they should be. And that's it. And happy birthday, Chen. I yield the rest of my time.
That concludes the online speakers.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Ms. Watts. That moves us on to item G, our action items. Our six-step procedural order we will follow for action items is as follows. 1, staff presentation. 2, board questions. 3, public speakers. 4, call for the motion and the second. 5, board deliberation on that motion. And then 6, a board vote with an and a board vote. Item G1, it's our 2024-2025 unaudited actuals, financial report and update on budget, cash management and implementation of the fiscal solvency plan, and the FICMAT fiscal health risk analysis, FHRA, for the public's notice. There's a section where you can make any comments towards the budget. Ms. Nichols.
Thank you, President Buffette. And let me start with just a special thank you for acknowledging my birthday. That was very special. Very special. So tonight I'm going to be presenting the district's unaudited actuals report and the other topics that we discussed. The unaudited actuals is a part of our routine cycle of financial reporting that occurs every September, and it's where I tell you how we finished out the prior school year, how we finished out 24-25 in this case. This is the final financial report that is presented and prepared by staff for 24-25. The very, very last financial report that comes along for the 24-25 school year is the audit report, when we present the audited financial statements, which will occur later this fall or early spring. There are statutory requirements for the unaudited actuals, and I share that information and some other detail about how we do our accounting, which is using what's called the Standardized Account Code Structure, or SACS. and that is the format for the financial statement reporting that we use, the big fat packet that is a part of your agenda item for this meeting. Finally, there's a procedural item that we include in this reporting, and it's also a resolution that you will be considering later in the agenda, which is the GAN resolution. And this is, at this point, a very old procedure that we use to show some maximum appropriation limits that are allowed for public agencies, including school districts. So this is a very big report for the district because, as everybody in this room knows, we had a very, very difficult year last year from a fiscal standpoint. And many of you have heard me talk about the fact that over the summer, the business office has been closing the books. We've been going through and working on the many, many final calculations of final transactions to complete our accounting for the 24-25 school year. One of the things that's different about this report from most of the other reports that I talk about is we usually talk about the budget. We talk about where we think we're going to be. This is the report that actually states where we are or what our final actual numbers were. So I'm going to focus in these next several slides on talking about the unrestricted side of our books, because as we've talked about in our conversations over the past several months, one of the most important things that is an indicator of our fiscal health is the unrestricted reserve balance. And we want to aim for a minimum of a 3% reserve. And I'll give you a sneak preview of how I'm going to move through this presentation. What's very good news is that in all the conversations that we've had previously, we thought we would land at just under 3%, and we actually were able to exceed 3%. So let's first talk about where our revenues came in or what our receipts were, the dollars that we received, which were approximately $265 million in total unrestricted revenues. As you can see by all that blue on that pie chart, the vast majority of our revenues come from what's called the LCFF, or Local Control Funding Formula. That's our core state revenue. So that's why it was so important as we spoke about how the state budget was doing or what the state was allocating us. So again, $265 million in total revenues. From an expenditure standpoint, we landed at about $200.8 million in unrestricted expenditures. In school districts, we are in the business of human development, and that takes people power. So about 91% of our expenditures are linked to salaries and benefits, including extra duty costs, substitute costs, and actual wages and salaries from our positioned employees. About $18 million, just a little bit less than $18 million, or a little bit less than 9% of our expenditures are linked to supplies, books, materials, and services, or our contracts that we use to bring in additional support beyond our staffing. So when we look at how all these numbers come together, and this is probably the most important slide in this presentation to tell you the story of how we landed. So what you see here is in the center column, these are the estimated actuals that I shared with you in June when we presented the adopted budget. This was, if you can think back to the slides that we looked at that talked about, I gave you 4 columns. I gave you what our 24-25 projected ending fund would be, and then what our current school year, our 25-26, and then our next 2 years, 26-27 and 27-28, where we would end. And if you remember, those numbers were a little bit difficult to look at because my big red letters at the bottom of each one said not met, not met, not met, not met. And what that was referring to was that state requirement of maintaining a 3% reserve level in our unrestricted ending fund, what we projected in June is that we would see a 2.87% reserve. And I'm very pleased to let you know tonight that we ended up at a 3.77% reserve. Where that came from, yes, it's very good news. Yeah. And what I want to talk about is we spent the summer in the business office really going through and scrubbing every line in our budget and where our actual expenditures and revenues landed. And part of our goal with that was not only to just produce this report, but also to start really diving into that work of validating our budget assumptions that we used throughout the year last year and making sure that what we budgeted is as close as we possibly can get to where we were actually going to land. So as part of the work that we do when we do the unaudited actuals, we compare what are called the variances or the differences between what we saw in June and where we actually landed, because it's critical that we are as close as possible. And so understanding those variances are very, very important. So I'm going to go back and forth on this slide and the one that I just left a moment ago. So we saw a $3 million improvement in our ending fund. That's how we got that difference between the 2.87% and the 3.77. That $3 million came from a couple of different places. The first is that we actually recognized more revenue, about $1.25 million more revenue than we had budgeted. So again, I'll go back here. What you see in that second line down is that we projected $263.9 million in unrestricted revenues and landed at $265.2 million. So that $1.2 million difference was primarily around an increase in the revenues that we received for leases. And this came about because we went through and we looked at every single lease, made sure that they were budgeted. You'll recall that we spoke about several of the leases that we brought back for renewals for you. And so this $1 million came about because we found additional dollars to bill our clients for, our tenants for. So the other good news about that $1 million is that I do expect that at least a portion of that $1 million will actually be added into our budget on an ongoing basis as a future budget improvement in future years. So that's good news both for our current met versus not met, and also potentially for those future budget years. We also saw about another $250,000 increase in various revenues, including some of our local donations. So that gave us about 1.3 million of that total improvement in our ending fund. So then we go over to our expenditure side of the house. And what you'll see is that we ended up landing at about $1.3 million less in our special ed costs. So that was great news, and that was really a testament to the careful work that happened throughout the year to monitor those contracted costs and to really do what we could throughout the year last year to control those special education costs. What I will say about this, though, is that the opportunity that this introduces is, although I do believe that we improved our monitoring of the special education budget, what I see here is that we have more work to do in that area in order to make sure that we're accurately projecting. So we will be continuing to continue the good work that Superintendent Wu Fernandez and Special Education Director Kristen Devine started with myself and my staff with the ongoing meetings to really bolster that collaboration between special ed and business so that we can be as accurate as possible and know where we're going with those costs. We also saw that there were another couple $100,000 that we saved in other restricted funds that we thought we were going to need to provide what's called a contribution, which is where we use unrestricted dollars to support programs that are funded using restricted dollars. So we were able to save in those contributions by about $355,000. Finally, we saw a decrease in about $55,000 overall in our unrestricted expenditures. So if you look at the differences between that second blue line, the expenditures, you'll see our unrestricted expenditures, just straight unrestricted, we projected 208.8 million, and actually landed at pretty darn close to 208.8 million. But again, there was that about $1.6 million difference in the contributions that created that benefit for us in this spreadsheet that we're looking at here. So all told, $3 million improvement in that unrestricted ending fund. And again, I want to emphasize that not only is this good news for where we landed in 24-25, but I am seeing that many of these improvements will actually carry forward into our ongoing budgeting. So what I want to say about that in conclusion on this portion of our presentation is that, again, you've all heard me up here with that slide up on the screen that said not met, not met, not met, not met. Where we landed here, that first box is now a met. We have more work to do in those 3 remaining boxes. And I'll be coming back in the next board meeting to share more about what we see as we start adjusting that 25-26, 26-27, and 27-28 budget to reflect those great improvements that we saw back in July with those new revenues that the governor gave to us, and also these improvements and some more that we've found. And the sneak preview that I'll give you is I think there's going to be another met in those boxes. So that's really good news. We will still have more work to do, but it's not going to be 4 boxes of not met. So I'm going to take us into our conversation on cash management. And I want to go back. I've had some questions since we did our last couple of conversations in this room about our cash management. The biggest question that people are still wanting to understand and make sure they clearly understand is, why did we take out that cash loan from the county treasury? So the answer to that is that we receive most of our funding in the second half of the school year, but our expenses are paid out evenly throughout the year. So that cash loan doesn't add to our budget. It doesn't give us the ability to actually restore positions or introduce new costs into our budget. It just helps us smooth our cash flow throughout the year. So specifically, we receive about 75% of our property tax receipts, or about $75 million in cash, in between December and April, but we pay our bills on a more even cadence throughout the year. So we are borrowing $30 million from the county treasury that we anticipate taking out September, end of August, beginning of September is when those dollars landed, then in October, and then in November, for a cumulative total of $30 million this fall. And then we'll pay that $30 million back after those property taxes are received in April. My next several slides really celebrate some of the achievements that the district has seen in the last several months. And I'm going to share this presentation with some of my colleagues here at the dais. So Assistant Superintendent Kim Watts is going to share some information here about our staffing levels and tell you a little bit more about our special education para hiring event that occurred.
Thank you. So we know that stabilizing our staffing and workforce is helpful and supportive to our fiscal responsibility. So you can see this is a chart that does show we have decreased our vacancies for both our classified and our certificated employees when we take our markers as of July 1st. So we did have fewer vacancies. I want to say we did targeted hiring specifically for our special education vacancies. We had 48 special education teachers and service providers that were hired or rehired for this school year. And we welcomed 10 of our international teachers specifically for those special education vacancies. As Ms. Nichols spoke of our para hiring efforts, specifically with direction given from the board, we've been working with Alameda County to strengthen our recruiting and hiring for our para educator vacancies. And they did run 2 separate programs this summer. They ran a para project and a para institute. Similar programs, but a little bit different. And both yielded about 84 participants. The para project had 64 participants in it, and the para institute had 20. And so we did connections with them. We recruited, they did meet and greets. Our executive director, Fernando Yanez, went to their events to meet candidates, welcome them, to encourage them to apply. And then in August, we did do a centralized hiring event. We had 22 participants from the county program directly, and we were able to make 18 on-the-spot job offers for folks that met eligibility criteria and were ready to be processed. So that was a very successful event. And overall, as of July 1, we did make 39 job offers for paraeducators in our district. So again, that was a concentrated effort with staff and folks in the district, concerted with both certificated and classified staff working together. And I really need to appreciate my HR team that I work with, who are wonderful folks and professionals that helped really streamline the process and make it a smoother transition to bring more employees on board quickly in a faster hiring effort. Registration is open for anyone in the public who is interested. There is an October registration at the county. They are taking registrants now for their next set of Project Para Academy that they're doing, and Para Institute. They're going to run 2 institutes, both beginning sort of mid-October, but the registration is open now.
Thank you. Our next slide talks a little bit about the work that we're doing towards improving our position with the FCMAT Fiscal Health Risk Analysis, or FHRA. And again, these last several weeks, our focus has very much been on budget monitoring and deficit management. As we've talked about over the course of the last several months, we've done a lot of focus on monitoring those expenditures and strengthening our internal controls around monitoring those expenditures. We're starting to really laser focus in on, again, as I spoke about earlier, coming up with good systems and strategies to monitor those special education expenditures, stay on top of them. And then one of the other areas that we're beginning to really put some significant attention onto is to monitoring what's referred to as non-positional compensation. So those are our non-salary wages, not people's annual salaries, but things like hourly extra duty or overtime costs, substitute costs, stipend costs. So we're collaborating with the county to come up with ways to use our new financial system, the Escape system, to do what's called encumber those funds, or make sure that we know what is planned to be spent in those areas, and then can monitor as actual payroll is run to see what's actually run, and then make those budget adjustments accordingly. The other big area, as we spoke about in the slide that talked about the variances, is we're really working on strengthening those internal controls on managing our revenues. Things, and specifically are those local revenues, those dollars that aren't associated with the LCFF or local control funding formula. So that includes the charter oversight fees, those leases for surplus properties, and tracking and monitoring restricted grants. And particularly making sure that we're staying on top of timelines for expenditure, that every dollar that we receive stays with us for the benefit of our kids. So with this slide, I'm going to turn it over to Assistant Superintendent Davies, Dr. Davies, who's going to talk a little bit about some of the work that we've done to strengthen our charter school oversight.
Thank you, Ms. Nichols. So as we have moved into the season of charter renewals, we've taken a deep study into the process that the district uses for the review for renewals and some of the practices and requirements that are based on Ed Code and CDE requirements. We have made a concerted effort to understand what those are and have a plan around our next steps for the renewals. In the next couple of months, we will have some of our charter school renewals coming forward, and we do have planned teams that will go out and do the process for the renewals, be it the school visit, the classroom observations, and we'll ensure that we do the data review as well as the attendance review, and then make the final recommendations based on the data that we collect. So as we have looked through the FCMAT findings, we have made sure that we are well prepared for the renewals that will be coming forward. Thank you.
So I'm going to close out my presentation with a couple of slides. As we look at our unaudited actuals, the next steps for that is that we ask you for your consideration and potential approval of this report. Following your potential approval, we submit this to the Alameda County Office of Education, who will really study this report, and particularly as they're looking at our overall fiscal health, they are very curious to see how this report comes through. And we'll also be sending it to our external auditors, who will begin their work auditing our financial reports and operations, and will ultimately release the district's final audited financial statements, also known as the audit report, which you'll be seeing in the spring of 2025. 2026, yes. Thank you for catching that. And when we think about our next steps in terms of our 2025-26 budget and fiscal solvency work, the county office does expect to be providing what's referred to as a conditional budget approval for the 25-26 school year based on the information that you approved in our June 2025 adopted budget. So I want to speak about this a little bit because what happens is we submit all of our financial reports, including our budget, the adopted budget, to the county office. The county office takes some time to review the budget, and then they provide you and the superintendent with a letter. This happens with all budget reports that states if they concur with the way that we reported our budget or our financials. So there's a little bit of an interesting timing situation that happens here, because the memo that will be coming from the county by next week, by September 15th, will be speaking to the numbers that they saw in the adopted budget. They also speak to the LCAP in that particular memo. And what we know is that because of that 45-day revise where we saw new revenues coming from the state, and because of these improvements that we're beginning to identify in our budget, the numbers are going to be slightly better than what the county will be speaking to. So the county is going to be issuing a conditional budget approval. And the reason for that is all those not mets that we talked about. And we'll be talking about what that looks like going forward over the next several months as we have made these improvements to our financials. So again, I'll be bringing preliminary budget revisions for your review for 25-26 and the 2 out years in our next meeting of the board. And we'll be estimating a target amount for the work that we need to do for fiscal solvency in the current school year at that September 24th meeting. And then finally, the official first interim financial report, or the first formal set of budget revisions that you're asked to review and consider, will be brought to you in December of 2025. Quite a long gap between when we do the budget and then the unaudited actuals, and it takes us a bit of time to essentially collect most of our enrollment and ADA information so that we can start revising those projections. So you'll see that in December 2025. And that concludes my report.
Thank you very much. I'll turn over to the board for board questions. We'll start off with Dr. Okenda.
Thank you, Ms. Nichols. So just to clarify, because I know for all of us, we see that good news and we're like, so do we not have to go through another round of budget cuts, or does this mean we can bring back blah, blah, blah? But you're saying you'll have that answer for us next board meeting?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Okay, then I will hold that question then. I have 3 other questions. If you go back, can we go to the variances from estimated actuals? I just feel the need for the public to get a little clarification on this, because when it says we've decreased special education, yes, 1.3 million decrease in special education, that is not to suggest we are decreasing our services of special education. We're talking about more administrative, compliance things. So this is not affecting our students in a negative way, and we're not pulling back services for our special education. Is that correct?
What we're speaking about here are costs that were incurred versus what were budgeted in the last school year. So as we worked through last year, there were areas where we did make choices to be careful about how our special education expenditures were being made. But the intention was never to reduce services or change the way we delivered services with that. What's reflected in these numbers is more accurately a better accounting, or more accurate accounting for how the dollars were spent.
So, if I can add to that, Dr. Kenda. So I just want to be clear that the special education services for students who are deserving those services continue. The reduction in budget was simply a closer look and monitoring in systems like, if we're talking about the usage of internal paras, for example, versus external paras, there's a cost savings that's realized from that, but there is no sort of reduction to services. What we owe students as part of their IEP is a service that we're expected to deliver. Now, how that's delivered, like if you use internal staff versus external staff, does have a cost difference. And so in kind of more closer planning and monitoring, we're able to realize some savings as a result of it, but no services that are owed to students are still services that we must deliver to students as part of their programming.
Thank you. I think that's an important clarification. So, we know how, in terms of the priority we have as a district for serving our students in special education. And so I just want to make sure that's abundantly clear when we say a decrease. And are legal fees included in that, a decrease, or not yet? Not yet a decrease there?
We did not see a decrease in budgeted, in the actual legal fees actually went up a little bit higher than what were budgeted by the time we finished out the year.
Okay, thank you. My second question is related to the cash management slide. And this is related to the loan that we took, the $30 million loan. And so I'm just curious, we're not, I don't really know how to phrase this question, but what we would have used in April, are we getting that money? for example, if like I get paid on the 1st and I'm used to using the first money to pay my rent, then like, am I borrowing ahead and I'll be behind then? Or is this money that we just didn't have enough in the reserve, so we needed to borrow? Can you just explain the impact? Because I know you did before when we initially approved this loan, but as I'm seeing it, like, does this put us then at a deficit because we took this April money too soon? Does it affect us negatively in the future then?
So when we did, the short answer to that question is no. And the reason for that is because of the level of reductions that we took on last year, and are being realized this year. The other most important thing that you said, or the answer that was correct in what you said, is our reserves do not have enough cash in them to sustain us to pay the bills that we pay in that first half of the year. Instead, we need to pay the bills now, so we need that cash to float us until the cash comes in after people pay their property taxes. What I will say about that is that it is one of the most important reasons. The reason for the 3% reserves is for dealing with periods of economic uncertainty or changes, but it's also to address this issue. And what I will say is that 3%, even districts that maintain 3% reserves do sometimes need to take out these sorts of loans, because typically it's the pattern of how the dollars come in is you really need even larger reserves than that to keep your bills going over the course of the year. So it's part of the reason our reserves were low, and that was the challenge that we had.
So if we put this in an analogy of a household, it's like we needed to pay bills, but we didn't have enough in our savings account to cover it. So we took out a loan, and then once we get the money we expected, we pay the loan back.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. Last question is for Dr. Davies, related to the charter schools. I don't think it's on the slide actually, but you were mentioning how this year there will be site visits conducted, doing an attendance review, all of that. That sounds great. I'm just curious, was that protocol of how we've done it in years past, or is this an additional layer of oversight to review? Is that standard practice, or is that now something new we're doing?
No, there's a standard procedure that you use for charter renewals, so we're ensuring that we follow these guidelines.
Thank you. That's all for me.
Partner Creo?
Thank you so much. I'm going to mimic Dr. Akenda actually, and I'm going to start with a clarification for the public, specifically in the slide where you outline the increase in revenue for leases, and I neglected to write down the slide number. I apologize. I didn't bring my glasses. Yes. So I just want to clarify for the public, it may seem great that there's $250,000 in an increase in the form of leases. Many of those are charter schools. And I think it's important that when we frame that in the future, we make it clear that charter school leases, even though it's money coming into our district, comes at an expense in the terms of students leaving our district, funding being taken from students who remain. And so I just want to clarify, I think it's a false premise that there's a lease there. It really isn't. The cash management question, if I can. I'm excited to see that it appears that we're going to be exceeding our 3% reserve slightly. I recognize how much work has gone into that. I want to thank you for that. From a cash management perspective, I'm a little concerned that I was horrified when I did site visits and I heard things from principals like, I'm not trained on my budget, or I'm keeping track of expenses on Excel spreadsheets that I made myself. I understand that training perspective from staff is going to take some time. What percentage of our staff are using our system that we pay for? What's the likelihood that staff still don't know about their budget or are sitting on invoices? And I just don't want to give false hope to the public that we have exceeded our 3% reserve, and then we come back and we find invoices sitting on desk or sitting in different departments?
There's always room for improvement in budget management. We definitely have room for improvement in budget management. What I will say is that I felt, and I'm gonna speak about my feelings here in this answer. The variance of 0.9% in that reserve for economic uncertainty, I'd like to make that be better, but we got better, particularly in expenditure management. As you see, that's the third line down, those unrestricted expenditures being $55,000 off. Our people are both in my office, the business office, and our wonderful principals, department managers. They knew what our challenges were last year. And we did finish out the year stronger than we started it in particular in this area. Those numbers tell me that because we knew where we were with those expenditures by the end of last year. I do think that there's more work to do, and what I do feel, I think you've identified it, it's training. It's how do we make it easier for people to do this? Our staff needs to be focusing on our kids, our students, on our educational program, not on how do you enter a vendor requisition or what do I need to do to find the numbers? And that's my goal going forward, is that we need to make it as easy as possible for people to handle these routine activities in ways that allow for fiscal solvency, but also, more importantly, allow for people to serve our students effectively, to do the work that it takes to support our classrooms, support our programs. So we have more work to do, but I think you can feel assured, I feel assured that we ended the year in a better place than we started, particularly around expenditure management.
Thank you. My second question, much like Dr. Kenda, was actually about the loan that we took. I'm concerned the way that it was presented to me, or perhaps as a board member 5-6 months in, the way that I interpreted it was because we would not make payroll, which led me to believe that it was for payroll. Much like bond dollars are set aside just for buildings, and then we try to use them for people that do things adjacent to buildings. My hope was that this money would sit in the account and be just for payroll. I'm a little worried that we now have an influx of cash, it may be perceived. I'm worried as we're going through our bargaining process that it may look like now there's $30,000 sitting in the bank to our labor partners. And then the last thing I want is you to be in a situation where you're having to say, oh, that 30 million is not really real. And so if there was a way to either earmark those dollars, so we're able to say, okay, of the 30 that we've borrowed, we've spent 2 million. And then if there was a way to set that remaining, in that instance, 28 million aside into an account or some kind of earmarking for the reports that we're giving to the public, the last thing I want to see is us use that 30 million to bring those new contracts, new programs, all of which are worthy, but we have to pay that 30 million back. And so I'm nervous.
Thank you, Clerk Bruckner Carrillo. When we do our financial reporting, we produce what's called a cash flow report. And that cash flow report shows how dollars are spent, how actual cash is spent. And what happened throughout last year and is still happening now is that when I projected out, and my staff and my colleagues projected out how that cash would be spent over the course of the year, what we saw was that by the time we hit adopted budget and we had made mid-year cuts, we did all the very difficult, painful work of reducing staff, reducing other expenditures to bring our budget down. We still saw that the projections that we had would mean that we would not have sufficient cash in this fall, right now, in September, October, November, to issue our paychecks to our employees because those reserves would not have the dollars in them, the cash dollars, for those checks to be valid. So by borrowing the dollars now, we're able to issue those paychecks. That was the meaning of we would not be able to make payroll. It's that we would not have the cash in our bank, similar to the way Dr. Okenda explained it, to have those checks be valid. The dollars have come in. We will use them over the course of the next several months, those specific dollars, to meet those payroll obligations. And then we'll pay back those dollars when our cash revenues come in the spring. So the way that you can see it, and I'd be happy to meet with you to walk through the documents. They're in many of the reports that you receive and the hundreds of pages of those SACS files that you receive. But I can actually show you how we do those calculations to show this is what we budget and then this is what we actually spend as we move through each month of the school year. And that's how we'll be monitoring where those dollars go and how they get spent and making sure that we're able to pay it back.
My last one was just follow-ups on random things. I can breeze through them if you've allow. Okay. It was just, thank you for the answer, by the way. It was an update on the outstanding enrollments, appointments. I know AOD came to us previously and said I think it was over 100 students that were waiting to be enrolled. Just wanted to check in and see if we can get an update, how many students are currently not attending school. And then there were also a couple items that had not gone to budget forum yet. We have our first meeting since I've been appointed to budget forum, and I don't see them on the agenda. And so I would just ask that staff go back, make sure that all of those new policies that we've rolled out in our 827 presentation are going to be flagged at budget forum.
We included two sets of procedures, the vendor requisitions and the travel and conference procedures and the guidelines that we shared in that area in that budget forum agenda, and also some concepts for some new procedures around payroll that we're looking at putting in place and need some input from our budget forum team in order to do. So that's what's on our agenda in terms of those procedures.
In terms of the enrollment numbers, Ms. Frida Brasi can help me with this a little bit. I believe the last report we received, which is a day ago, we have 18 students pending enrollment due to various reasons, and 7 students pending that have IEPs that needs placement. So that is our data as of a day ago in terms of what's pending in the enrollment center.
Can I ask that the board get updates on that until for the next month? A weekly update in the just a spreadsheet that says this is the numbers. I mean, those are students who have gone weeks without the free public education that they are legally entitled to.
I'm happy to have Dr. Rossi give us an update for the next month. I will name that I did ask for the rationale of why those students are pending enrollment, some of which are students needed updated immunization, or they need a proof of residency, or so on and so forth. So there are reasons as to why they're still pending enrollment, which is, I think, a relief to folks in terms of kids not getting enrolled. But we will always have students pending enrollment just because we have movements of students between districts who are new to our community that we're going to be processing. So we can certainly do a weekly update for next month, but likelihood you will always see students being enrolled because it is a year-round activity, just because we have fluctuations of students coming in and out of our district as folks are making decisions about the residents.
Thank you. Vice President Prada.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I just have a couple of follow-up questions with my two colleagues. I had definitely went in on the same things that I'm going to ask, but I just need a little bit more detail on with the cash management, the $30 million loan. So you're saying can you remind me of the due date for county? It's April what? For paying back the 30 million?
The end of April.
The end of April. Okay, and so, and by the end of April, we should guarantee have all of our property tax monies in our account so that we can write that check and it not like bounce or anything of that sort.
Yes, the most important guarantee that we give ourselves to being able to pay back that loan is that we stick to the budget that we've set for ourselves. As long as we don't spend more money and do, as you say, receive the dollars that we expect to receive, we should be in good shape. So the key is that we have to be monitoring that budget and making any sort of trade-offs that we need to make if we, for some reason, receive fewer dollars, receive less revenue than we anticipated, or if our expenditures increase. Either of those scenarios could happen. But that's why it's so critically important that we're monitoring, because then we give ourselves time to respond and to make changes that will make it sure that we are able to pay that loan back. The second comment I would make in response to that is that it is the reason why it's going to be important that we make a long-term goal for ourselves or long-term plan for ourselves to bring those reserves up, potentially even discuss having reserves that exceed that minimum 3% and consider the flexibility that that gives us to deal with periods of uncertainty. So to repeat concisely, the most important thing right now is that we stick to our budget. And if we can't stick to our budget for whatever reason, that we know that quickly and can very quickly make adjustments to what we're planning to do in order to bring that budget back into balance.
Thank you. That was very clear, and it led to my next question. Do we have the financial impact to the reductions that we made in the spring impacting the enrollment of TK students, the daily pupil cost of not having those students in seats for over a month, and the comparison to the yearly cost of an enrollment, an extra enrollment person. I'm sorry. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? I'm asking about the numbers. So there was, let's say, there was around 170 or 117 students who weren't enrolled by the last board meeting that we had in August. And we're going into a little over a month of being back in session. So the daily cost of students who want to be in our district, but couldn't be in our district because there was an overload and because we were understaffed due to reductions, due to the fiscal solvency decision that we made in the spring. How much money did we lose with that? And those are the numbers I kind of want to see, how much does that set us back by not having those people there and to help with enrollment? Because we know traditionally every single year that all hands on deck are needed for enrollment, because we do have an influx of students who are trying to come into the district. And while we do have a percentage of difficult immunizations and stuff like that, and clerical issues or whatnot, there seems to be a definite impact from downsizing in that department. And I just want to know what that fiscal impact and how will that play out in our 25-26 budget, and will that also impact us being able to pay back this loan, especially if, we have another hiccup between the now and the next, now and the due date of that $30 million.
We don't have a calculation that quantifies everything that you asked for at the moment. But what you're looking to find, or what the way that we would measure that is, it's essentially a question of what is the average daily attendance during that time period that you're speaking of. So what we'll be able to see in time is what's the percentage over a period of time of attendance for our TK students, or for all of our students as we go through the rest of the year comparatively. So we would be able to see if there was lower attendance rates, for example, in August or in September than what we'd see later in the year. We will have that information, and I can work on separating that out, or identifying that specifically. We will be preparing that information in October, November is when we start really being able to accurately project what our year's average daily attendance will be. So I can include that information a little bit later on in the year when we have a better sense of how all of our enrollment counts will land and what our attendance patterns are throughout the year.
And can you also compare it to the previous year, so we can kind of have an idea of impact? Thank
Yes.
you. My next question. First of all, congratulations on like increasing that pipeline from the county to the district as far as hiring. Another big shout out to the Parapalooza. I would like to know like how like those same systems have changed like in a positive way. Just a little bit more detail, because I know it was really, really difficult where we would have people who were pre-approved by the county but somehow couldn't make it in. Is it, you can do it as a loop, or you could just touch on it here. What changes did the district make on our side to make that flow better so that we could have more support for our students and increase hiring?
I can respond briefly and maybe provide additional information in the loop. But one of the biggest pieces that we coordinated with the county on for the program is, in order to apply for our para positions, you have to have a certain NCLB qualifications. And that was one of the aspects that the county is doing the training, and you have to take a test and all of that. So the county's program actually really helped prepare the candidates really well so that they passed it the first time. And then in terms of centralizing the hiring, instead of us sending the candidates out to different sites, we were able to host a hiring event where we interviewed, already had done this, streamlined the screening, reference checks and all of that. And so that folks that were able to be hired on the spot, we actually could offer a position, fingerprint them here in the office, and do all of that rather than send them back and forth. That did help with the expediting process.
Thank
So I'm
you.
just gonna add to
Oh.
what Kim says, just a minute, Ms. Prada. And so I appreciate you raising that up, because on surface, it seems like an easy feat, but there was lots of behind the scene work that was done in terms of making sure that we're collaborating with partners, mainly ACOE, in the way that we're doing recruitment of the folks that are coming out, as Kim had mentioned, and also internally, decentralizing has aspects where it delays the recruitment, and that we send it out to school sites. HR helps kind of on the back end, and then we are trying to support folks at different sites with doing it. So centralizing has a huge impact in terms of our ability to be able to support sites in terms of getting paras, and also to streamline the process in the way that an individual literally would walk into our doors, interview, be offered a job, get fingerprinted, start their paperwork before they walk out. So we understand that when people are looking for a job, the timeliness and promptness is important so that we don't lose good candidates. So I think that was instrumental in terms of us being able to have candidates who are interested, get them through the process quickly so that we can place them quickly in the system in the way that it's it's really about serving our students well, right? Because we heard lots of times that those para vacancies, not only there's a cost associated with it, but also that our students are in need of that particular service and in dire need of that. So it is a win-win in some ways, but I appreciate you lifting that up, allowing us to be able to talk about it to some extent so that we can celebrate the change in the system that allow us to be able to do good things for kids.
Vice President Prada, any additional questions?
That was it. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to Trustee Rotten.
Thanks. The whole time I was listening, I ended up with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 paragraphs of notes that I took that were going to be like the basis for questions I wanted to ask you, but I'm looking it over and a lot of the questions have been answered already, except that I don't know if this is a comment or a question. If it's comment, then I'm going to predicate the question with it. I'm looking at that $1.3 million decrease in special ed contribution costs. And my question also was, does it reflect a reduction in services to our students? And you said no, our services will continue as they always did, which says to me, how did we let it balloon to $1.3 million in the first place? And I guess now it's just a rhetorical question because it's done, so I don't need an answer. But the next question it leads to is all of the changes that you are talking about. I like the way that you emphasize how we've come a long way, and we've plugged the leaky dam right now, and it's resulted in positive development in our revenue and in our savings. But how are we going to guarantee that we can keep that happening as we move forward? How are we going to hold 40 ping pong balls underwater at the same time? How are we going to, I guess and I don't even know if I want an answer to that. I just want us to think about it. And are we going to be able to do it? So, because at one point we could have, when I see $1.3 million, we could have served our students just as well and saved $1.3 million doing it to begin with. And I don't know how it ever ballooned to $1.3 million. What is that? Salaries, supplies, what?
I'm still having the visual of holding down 40 ping pong balls, so give me a minute. But ultimately there's a projected budget, right, that Amy's talking about, and there's some concerted effort being made. I think in one of Amy's previous presentations, Ms. Nichols showed the kind of the uptick in the education expenses of serving students with IEPs. It is a necessary thing that we have to provide. And later in the year, we'll have a special education work session, which will look at some of the data closer. What we have gotten better about is looking at how we can look at balancing the budget using the different pots of funds that we have, as well as looking at how we can actually, again, in the case of para, utilize internal services versus external services, right? To your point, the kids are served probably better using our own staff, and yet we were having a hard time figuring out how to get staff on board. So Parapalooza, for example, is really important in that we're making a systemic change so that we can continue the savings, right? Because the gap was we don't have enough paras in the system and we're using outside providers, which is more expensive than using our own folks and not probably the best practice either. So you'll hear us talking about and one of the priorities being systems change and that we're changing systems so that it has a lasting effect versus just moving money around and then plugging the dam with one finger at a time, right? So we're trying to actually do some lasting changes that would actually have
Okay,
a long-term
I
impact.
get it, and I appreciate the answer. Like I said, 1.3 million, and it's not going to affect services. And you said, no, it just blows me out of the water. I guess I was also, the only other thing I wanted to comment, I wanted to dovetail a little bit on what Clerk Bruckner-Carrillo said about the $30 million that we borrowed, it goes into the unrestricted fund where we can access it and be unrestricted and how we access it. So his thing was to create some sort of a category pocket that actually pins it for a specific purpose. And I can't remember what the answer was, but are we doing that? Yes or no?
The cash is, we budget. Our budget is how we say how we're gonna spend our
Sure.
money. The cash is just that we are spending it. So the budget.
But like
is-
you said, nobody else is going to look at it and go, there's $30 million sitting there.
No, because it doesn't actually change our budget. So the fact that we have $30 million cash in a loan does not mean that we can increase or decrease our budget as we go through this year.
Good. All right. Well, thank you very much. It was. Thank you.
If it's okay, President Bufete, can I add one more comment? I want to emphasize what Dr. Akinda said earlier. This was a bit of relief for all of us, and I'm going to give credit to everybody in the system for really working hard on looking at establishing new systems and adhering to new systems and the way that we can realize some savings, which will have an overall impact in our 3-year projection. I think it's nice to see that we're on the road to recovery. However, we have a lot of work to do. And so I think the comment that was made earlier in terms of it looks like we have excess funds, but in reality, the excess funds is helping support our expenditures in the next couple of years. So while we're trying to move the mark in terms of the meeting 3%, meeting 3%, meeting 3%, we are going to be realistically having some budget conversations and potentially looking at a fiscal solvency plan. In addition to that, I just need to remind folks that what's not apparent in here is that we have one-time funds funding some positions as well. And so we can talk about that a little later as we talk about how we look at target numbers that we need to hit and what our goal is in terms of the process. But I'm cautiously optimistic that we're moving in the right direction. Again, I applaud everyone and their hard work for making sure that we're on a road to recovery. It was with a lot of sacrifice and patience. However, we do have some work to do in front of us. It's a lighter lift because we've been more diligent, but it is still a lift going forward. So I just want to make sure that I say that out loud because I do think that we're moving in the right direction. However, we do have a lot more work to do and some more difficult conversations to have.
Thank you. Assistant Superintendent Ms. Watts, do we have any public speakers tonight on this item?
We have 2 cards for in-person, one Araceli Orozco and the other one for Jordan Leopold.
Good evening, Araceli Orozco. I just want to thank Ms. Nichols for the presentation. And yeah, it's something to celebrate about. It's less money. I wanted to talk a little bit about the special education. I know that people are being moved around and everything. But what's going on is that I don't know if they're fully trained on like the parents' rights, and they're really violating the parents' rights. For example, we have some parents that their children were taken out of the program without them even like really having a say. And I mean, and then the other day, I was just mourning because I saw it. I have nothing to do with it yet. But I saw some parents that were really upset in one of the community groups, chat groups, that they were really upset. And they were talking about HUSD and special department. So we should really look into that and make sure that that the system, I know it's broken, that we need to do changes and hold people accountable.
for the decisions that they're making and make sure that our staff is fully trained in like the parent rights, because I don't want to see all these lawsuits. You know, every single time I look at the closed session part, it's like lawsuit, settlement. You know, we need to fix the problem. Those are my comments for that. Thank you.
We have one online speaker, Lisa Marie iPad. You've been unmuted.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. You know, the improvements in the fiscal solvency are encouraging. And so I'm excited to see that, but I am concerned about the work environment at the district office and how many funds are being set aside to address that. I mean, we continue to have ongoing AC issues where it's just a hot box that's extremely uncomfortable. The variation in the temperature causes problems with people breathing because the fans are pushing around dust and, you know, irritants. You know, we are stuck at our desk doing our job serving, you know, the students, but we only get 2 15-minute breaks. And when it is extremely hot to the point where we are sweating, we need a permanent fix instead of these temporary fixes. And I can appreciate the systems are aging, but this has been an ongoing issue that happens every July, August, September. I have emails back to 2019 where we say, oh, we're waiting for parts, or we're addressing it with parts, and parts are coming. We should not have to be enduring this every year. And I feel like it's a Williams Act violation because we too, as staff, need to have a comfortable work environment where the temperature is consistent and not impacting our health. Thank you very much.
Okay, with that, I believe that was our last public speaker. Go ahead and call for the motion on this item. Oh. Calling for the motion.
I'll move to approve staff recommendation.
Is there a second on the floor?
I'll second.
Moved by Dr. Okenda, seconded by Trustee Rowden. Any deliberation to offer? Dr. Okenda.
No, I mean, this is something we know we have to send to the county. So I mean, it's in compliance that we send this report.
Clerk Bergner Creel, go ahead.
From a deliberation perspective, I want to thank staff's work for this. I would just ask that in the future, I appreciate the questions that we asked about special education. An update on our SPED evaluation would be helpful. An update on our FPM findings would be helpful. I know every trustee today received a very concerning letter, and an update would be helpful. So I will second the item. Oh, it's already been seconded. I apologize.
It's already been seconded. Roll call vote. Superintendent Fernandez.
Trustee Brown,
Yes.
Dr. Kendo,
Yes.
Clerk Bucker and Creel,
Yes.
Vice President Prada,
Yes.
President Bufete.
Yes.
Item passes 5-0.
Thank you. That moves us on to item G2, 252609, a resolution authorizing the issuance and sale of a general obligation bond of the Hayward Unified School District in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed 200 million, prescribing the terms of said bonds, approving the forms of and authorizing the execution and delivery of one or more paying agent agreements, bond purchase agreements, and continuing disclosure certificates, authorizing the preparation, execution, and delivery of one or more official statements for said bonds and authorizing the execution of necessary documents and certificates relating to said bond. Staff.
Thank you, President Buffette. Well done reading that resolution title. It's quite something, right? Well, it's a lot of money we're bringing in, so I guess we needed to pay for every one of those words there. Or we're going to be paid for every one of those words. So, on March 5th, the Hayward voters approved Measure I by a vote of 64.5%. And at the April 10th, 2024 Board Facilities Workshop, staff presented a proposed initial budget for Measure I projects that included the Bret Hart Rebuild Relocation Project. In addition, staff presented the recommendation to use Measure I funds to prepay all or a portion of the 2022 Certificates of Participation, or COPs, that are currently being utilized to fund facility projects throughout the district. This item that we are presenting tonight will begin the process to issue bonds or sell bonds so that we can bring in $200 million of revenue, which is the second issuance out of Measure I. And with me here tonight is Catherine Jacobson of RBC Underwriters, who will be sharing more information about the structure of this financing and how it will work.
Hi, good evening, President Buffette, members of the board. I'm Catherine Jacobson with RBC Capital Markets, here to give you a snapshot as Ms. Nichols introduced of the funding for the Measure I bond program. Kind of a look back, an update on why we're here today, and then a little bit more information that's forward-looking. So if you look at this first slide of our PowerPoint deck. Do I have a button to move it, or does someone do it for me? Okay, thank you. The first slide is just a snapshot of the district's overall multiple bond programs. Voters have approved 4 bond measures since 2008, with the first Measure I in 2008, Measure L in 2014, Measure H in 2018 have all the bonds and funding has been already issued for those. We're here today because when voters approved Measure I in March of 2024, it was for $550 million. You've only tapped into one tranche of dollars. This would be the second tranche of bond funds coming out of the 2024 Measure I program. If you flip to the next page, the district has been very busy over the past 9 months, which was the time that's gone by since we were last in front of you talking about bond funding. A lot of important things have been accomplished in these past 9 months. One was the issuance of that first tranche that we call the Series 2025A bonds for $69.5 million to kickstart the funding for the Measure I program. We also were able to successfully refinance some of the district's priorly existing general obligation bonds to pass on taxpayer savings, and a substantial amount, $4.7 million, will be seen in the form of lower property tax rates on your 3 existing bond measures. And also the district successfully went through the bonding capacity waiver process with the State Board of Education. Just as a refresher, the state has a specific debt limit that assigns to school districts. As a unified district, you're allowed to have general obligation bonds up to 2.5% of the district's assessed valuation at any point in time. In order to be able to issue all of the $550 million Measure I, we needed to go back to the SBE. You had previously been approved for waivers in the past. We needed to refresh that after the passage of Measure I to up that from 2.5% to 4.04%. And again, that was approved back in July. So that's why we're able to sit here today and ask you to approve the issuance of $200 million in additional funding. Okay. So before you tonight is the resolution approving the sale of the bonds, what we're calling the Series 2025 B bonds. There are some provisions that are set in stone in that resolution. We highlighted some of those on the slide here. There's also some blanks in terms of, we don't know, most specifically, we're not gonna be able to set interest rates for another almost 2 months from now. So what we had to do is provide you with some initial estimates as to what we think the cost of borrowing will be. What's being set in the resolution, though, are the not to exceed principal amount of $200 million, the type of bonds you're issuing, which are going to be what we call current interest bonds. Those are bonds similar to a home mortgage that pay out interest on a regular basis. They're the lowest cost of debt form of debt that you can issue. A maximum term of repayment of 30 years, which mimics previously issued debt from the district, and a maximum underwriting fee of $1.95 per bond, which is, again, consistent with prior issuances. Of course, the proceeds at the bottom of the slide here, you'll see what you're expecting to spend that $200 million on. $150 million, the lion's share going towards the construction of Brett Hard Middle School, with $30 million being used to finish projects that were started with Measure H from 2018. And then finally, some various district-wide improvements for $20 million. Again, in the resolution, you're provided good faith estimates. This is a reasonable guess at what the borrowing costs would be for taxpayers and the costs of issuance, which are the upfront costs of selling debt. So we're showing about a 5.5% interest rate.
Can we zoom in a little bit on that slide, or is there a way to do that? I just can't see. Thank you.
Sure. We're assuming a borrowing cost of about 5.5%. I will note that that interest rate was put together a couple weeks ago, and if you pay attention to financial markets, there's actually been some lowering of interest rates recently. So I would say that's, as we stand here tonight, a pretty conservative estimate. I would expect if we sold bonds tomorrow would be, closer to 5.25%. You'll see the upfront cost of borrowing, which we call cost of issuance, of about $1.7 million. The lion's share of that is what we're assuming we're going to be purchasing bond insurance. That's all. Our estimate is for about $1 million of that going towards bond insurance. And the reason you would buy that is because it would be a net positive for taxpayers in the cost that investors would give you a lower interest rate for having purchasing insured bonds versus uninsured bonds. 198.2.5 million would be going into the building fund. And then finally, the total repayment of borrowing that $200 million is about $460 million. If you think about it, that's about $1.30 of interest for every dollar that you're borrowing. So in terms of this timeline for getting that money into your building fund, assuming the resolution is approved tonight, the next big step is that staff is going to meet with the credit rating agencies. And these are national agencies that assign a credit to your district based on a number of factors, from financial to demographics, the local economy, et cetera. Some in your control and some not in your control. But it's important to get that because investors will give you different borrowing costs based on what that credit rating comes out to be. We're looking to meet with rating agencies in early October and get that rating back the third week in October. We also have to go through another step here in Alameda County where the Alameda County Board of Supervisors has to approve a resolution to sell the bonds, which will happen in mid-October. Gearing up to lock in interest rates, we call that pricing, the first week in November. And funding will be in the district's funds, hopefully on November 25th, right before Thanksgiving. So that's the plan for the issuance today. Again, thinking forward, when we originally structured the bond program, we assume that the bonds are sold in tranches over time. One, because of your cash flow needs, they're not all at once, and you're limited to only raising funds that you think you can spend in a 3-year period. But also because your bonds are repaid by assessed valuation by your taxpayers. And so how much and how quickly you sell bonds is a function of the tax rate that you told your communities that they're going to pay, in this case, $60 per 100,000 of assessed valuation, and how much revenue that produces that could support the sale of bonds. So you're actually issuing a little quicker than the program called for initially. I say that just because we are anticipating 2 more series of bonds be sold, the next in 2027, so 2 years from now. That's an important one because, as Amy mentioned, you have the COPs that are eligible to be paid off in 2027. So the intention at this point is that your next sale of bonds will be to both pay off the COPs, get them off the general fund, and also with the balance going to improvements. And then again, the final series of bonds being sold in 2029. How much you can sell in your next series is really going to be up to what the district's tax base grows over the next couple year period and what interest rates look like in 2 years from now when you're ready to sell debt. That concludes the presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
We're going to turn over to board questions. Anyone would like to kick us off? I'll go and ask the first one. I saw that if we can go to that slide or the table of the timeline. And I saw that you have the pricing there, November 5th, 2025. With the fluctuation of the rates, do you have kind of a domain that you can kind of give us an estimate or a range that you believe the rates would be at that point? Is that where the point where we'd freeze that the rate amount?
If I could give you any definitive range, I would be a very rich person.
Okay.
Because a lot can happen just in a 2-month period of time. But what the exercise that you saw on the previous slide, where we show you that about 5.5% borrowing costs, we're trying to be on the conservative side, but give you a reasonable expectation of where we think it'll be when you sell bonds. As of today, the market, whoever the market is expecting the Federal Reserve to cut interest rates 3 times this year. Could be as soon as in 2 or 3 weeks from now. If that happens, again, the news changes every day. We could be in a better place by early November, but again, a lot can change between now and then.
And then if we go up, I think it's the previous page as well. Can you explain the cost of issuance a little bit more and what exactly that entails? What that entails?
Absolutely. So that 1.7 million, about, like I said, just shy of $1 million of that is for the assumption that we're going to get qualified for insurance. That means that you would pay about $1 million upfront to when you market your bonds to investors, kind of like insurance on a home mortgage. They would be more attractive because there's an insurance company backing if the district ever had a delinquency or a mispayment. We believe that in today's market, the interest rate that you would be able to lock in would more than make up for that $1 million cost upfront. If you think about the borrowing rate for $200 million over a 30-year period, it adds up very quickly. Even 0.1 or 0.2% lower in interest rate is millions of dollars in lower debt payments over time. The balance of that, about $700,000, are fixed costs of consultants such as the legal counsel who drafted the documents in front of you tonight, your financial advisor, which is ISM Advisors, the underwriting fee that we ask for to bring your bonds to market. Again, a big cost is going to those rating agencies and asking for the rating on them. Again, you pay that because investors are going to make up for that in lower borrowing rates.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Clerk Buckner-Carrillo, go ahead.
I want to thank you. The question is for our Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, but I apologize, but I want to thank you for the presentation. Assistant Superintendent, the slide had mentioned the Bret Hart portion of Measure I think it was 150, and then it's 30 million for Measure H projects and $20 million for modernization and classroom technology. What is essentially $50 million. Does that qualify for, when will those funds be spent? And the reason why I'm asking, we did a temporary extension of our project stabilization agreement. There's an opportunity to rework that agreement, and I know negotiations are underway with the building trades. And with that is perhaps the opportunity to fully and more efficiently benefit from our project labor agreement, perhaps through programmatic dollars, for example. That is not currently included in Measure H. So I just want to make sure that we're not spending that $50 million and having the current extension of the PSA apply. My hope is that that would apply for the newly negotiated PSA that is coming to our board soon, I hope.
When you do a bond issuance, there are IRS rules. And Ms. Jacobson could speak to these a little bit more. But there are rules that state that you need to spend, or one of my favorite words ever, encumber. So have purchase orders in place for projects within 3 years of when you receive the revenues from a bond issuance such as this. So what that means is that we anticipate that these $200 million that we're speaking of will be spent within 3 years of when those revenues are scheduled to be received, which is essentially right around the holidays of this year. So the vast majority of this money is linked to the Bret Hart project. And the other budget amounts that are listed in here, the completion of projects started under Measure H, those I actually do expect will be spent within the course of this school year as we close out those Measure H projects. Bret Hart, I do believe, is going to go, we're anticipating opening that school in summer of 2029. The other 20 million will probably go over that whole 3-year period. So currently, the Measure H PSA is in effect for Measure H, and then the Measure I amendment that this board approved to that Measure H PSA is in effect through September 30th, with the intention being that a revised Measure I PSA would be brought to this board for review and approval, review and consideration this fall.
Clarifying question. So as we're taking the $30 million out to bid, we have, and a new PSA comes on board, the new PSA will apply for the $30 million.
So I'm in the processes of negotiation, so I don't know how that work will end, what that will result in, but the if a PSA were in place at the time that we go out to bid, as of right now, the PSA for Measure H with all the language that is included in that PSA is in effect for any Measure I project and any project that we do with these dollars. And any new Measure I PSA would be in place, as I said, likely in the very near future.
Okay, Assistant Superintendent Ms. Watts, do we have any public speakers on this item?
There are no speakers on this item.
With that, I'll call for the motion.
I'll move it.
Moved by Dr. Rowden. Is there a second? For the record, it's Mr. Rowden. Is there a second on the floor? I'm calling for the second. I'll second that. Deliberation.
I just, Hayward Unified School District placed a bond measure on the ballot without talking to the people that are going to be building these buildings, working in these buildings. On April 16th, over a year after it was passed, I think we righted a wrong, in my opinion, and that we had a conversation with the building trades. In my opinion, they were much too generous, and they allowed our existing project labor agreement to roll over temporarily, so that way we could continue with Bret Hart. Every single meeting, I'm flagging construction contracts because I'm seeing we're employing workers in Santa Ana, San Jose, folks building Bret Hart that started out as a, I think, $50,000 contract in December. They're based in Las Vegas, but they recently have a suite in Pleasanton. Just as we're making decisions with that $30 million especially, I would respectfully ask that we do everything we can to wait until our new PSA is in place. And I would just ask that the very first thing that I sat down with our superintendent before, so when Dr. Ryman was here, the very first thing before I was even sworn in, PSA was top of my list because this is how we put our families to work. He did not prioritize that, in my opinion. I want to thank our superintendent and our assistant superintendent for making those conversations happen while recognizing that it was much too late. And so, please, for the 30 million, in my opinion, it should apply to the new PSA that we are negotiating. I believe that when we presented the extension that we approved on April 16th, it was very clear it was just for Bret Hart. It was not for projects for Measure H that we started and then either couldn't pay for because Tri-Group didn't handle it correctly, or because we paid for something else and then now it's kind of half done. Measure I, the new PSA should apply.
Superintendent Wu Fernandez, roll call vote.
Trustee Rowden,
Yes.
Dr. Kenda,
Yes.
Clerk Brackner-Creel,
Yes.
Vice President Prada,
Yes.
President Buffette.
Yes.
Item passes 5-0.
That brings us to item H, our consent items. Please note that the procedural order for items appearing on the consent agenda are normal operations, which is voted on an omnibus action. Oh, and thank you for the presentation, by the way. Thank you very much. This means the board will vote once for all items appearing on this portion of the agenda labeled with the letter H. We're going to go ahead and ask our board and then public speakers, go ahead and ask our public speakers if there's anything that to pull. Ms. Watts, are there any public speakers pulled?
Yes, for H1.
H1? Okay. And now I'll turn over to our board. We'll go with Dr. Rowden. Go ahead.
So I'd like to pull G1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
H.
Oh, I hope I did this right. Yeah, go ahead.
H1? Wait, you're gonna wait?
Just for 1 second.
Go ahead.
All right. I would like to pull item 7E, 7G, 7I, and we can take the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 contracts for managed facilities solutions as one vote, if that's okay. And then 8B.
Okay, I got it.
All right, go ahead.
I'd like to pull H7A, B, C, and D, E, and G. That's it.
Okay. All right, just to confirm, items being pulled both by the public and the board are going to be items H1, 7A, B, C, D, E, G, I, and within I, 1 through 6. And then we also have 8B. No. Go ahead.
President Buffetti, I'm sorry, we did have another card from the public to pull 7A and I believe 7I. Oh, I'm sorry, the card is 7A through I.
7A through I. Okay. All right, and then what else? What did you say was not correct, Clerk Barton-Creel?
I believe the member of the public pulled,
Okay,
it sounds like all of I.
sounds good. All of I.
So I'm interpreting.
I thought it was all of 7. Can we get clarification from the member of the public?
Mr. Roscoe?
Oh, like everything even under it. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, never mind. I think that covers it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Item H1, 7A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. 8B. Is that correct? Can I call for the motion for the remaining balance of our consent agenda?
We'll move to approve the balance.
I'll second that. Roll call vote.
Trustee Brown,
Yes.
Dr. Kenda,
Yes.
Clerk Barton-Creel,
Yes.
Vice President Prada.
Yeah.
President Buffetti.
Yes. We're gonna start off with H1.
I just want to make sure that I record myself because I don't want my rights to be violated. Because I'm going to talk about a sensitive issue. And the way that this item addresses the a specific, leave of absence and termination in human resources department. In the beginning of the meeting, there was the closed session. And at the beginning, I saw teachers and coming up here and mentioning the teacher's name and saying the good work that that teacher has done. So I'm confused. Are we then allowed to say names? Or is it this a special privilege that union or teachers get and not community members? So I just wanted to make sure that it's fair because under that particular item, it says that it's a closed item and it doesn't say any names at all. So a student, I believe, called and mentioned and started saying the name of that teacher. And she was cut off, and the president, Mr. Buffetti, said that's a closed session item, subject. So I'm totally confused. Are we giving special treatments to special people, or how come we're not being treated? How come we're being treated differently? This teacher, let me remind you, this teacher asked the classroom who's here Catholic and said that Catholics are weird and that Catholics only have kids to have a lot of babies. So that's what this teacher comment was. So she did break the rules.
On for the motion on item H1.
I'll move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call vote?
Trustee Round,
Yes.
Dr. Kenda,
Yes.
Clerk Dr. Carrero,
Yes.
Vice President Prada,
Yeah.
President Buffette.
Yes.
Item approved, item is approved 5-0.
Item 7A, trustee Rodden.
So the items that I pulled, I have a statement I just want to say. And I pulled the items for the purpose of voting no. So this is I'm gonna read the statement, and I'm just gonna do it one time, then you can go down the list and we'll vote, and I don't have anything to say about anything else except just to cast my vote. Okay? So I want to give a little bit of a clearer picture of why I do this. Yesterday, I was reading about how the president of our nation had decided to pave over the historic Rose Garden at the White House. And after the work was done, he proceeded to host a dinner for members of Congress in the newly paved White House Rose Garden on Friday night, telling him it was the first gathering of what he dubbed the Rose Garden Club at the White House. And amidst the tables, chairs, and striped umbrellas that have now been set up in the newly paved space were beautifully set tables replete with White House china, sparkling crystal, and opulent linens. And at every place setting was a menu filled with choices of rose garden salad, New York strip steak, thyme roasted chicken, summer pasta primavera, and fudge-filled layer cake. I was sickened by the fact that the taxpayers like you and I are footing the bill for this, while at the same time he proclaims loudly about how we no longer have the money to help finance our food assistance programs, including child nutrition programs, school lunch programs, and programs that assist our seniors. And when it comes time to pay the bills for this event, someone somewhere is saying, oh, well, it doesn't come from that budget. It comes from this budget over here, or that string over here. But in reality, I'm sure it comes from us as taxpayers. And I could not help but draw parallels between this and the recent choices that we've made in HUSD when it comes to our fiscal solvency plan. In the same way Trump and his people showed their true colors and made their choices in terms of who would eat and who would not, we too have made our choices and what we as a district prioritize and what we do not. We have found a way to fund a self-defense and boxing conditioning sessions across 16 elementary schools, according to item G7A. That is to say, we're paying for it out of YP funding at a cost of $67,200. Now, I understand that YEP funding is a specific pocket within the general budget, excuse me, that it has rules governing how the money can be spent. Well, so did Prop 28, and we managed to find loopholes that gave us a way to use that money for salaries and so forth. Since we used it for that purpose, much of the money that was going to fund valuable performing arts programs is no longer possible. Prop 28 said that we must use funding for VAPA programming materials and supplies and provide us with a funding formula. So in doing that, we now have to do things like explain to the children at Treeview Elementary School why they cannot have their after-school choir program this year, because we made a choice to fund a class for boxing and self-defense conditioning instead. So we can tell those kids, well, we can't let you do what you like to do anymore, but hey, you can go and learn how to defend yourself and learn how to fight. We lost the arts integration program at Cherryland that had a booming program. Mount Eden High School lost all of its all-school music funding. The purpose of Prop 28 was to expand and grow, but all of the things that we put forward toward expansion were taken away. The VAPA programming went from $686,000 to $154,500 because of choices we've made. I find it a shame that we were a district that was building programs to help support our students through visual and performing arts, and now we are instead spending thousands of dollars on things like boxing and self-defense classes, capoeira dance workshops, hip-hop classes to the tune of $135,000, $80,000 for a dedicated regional program manager of soccer to come in from the outside and teach various things, but we no longer can help our VAPA programming that was doing so much good in the lives of our students. So as you ask me to approve and vote yes on these good things, and good things that they may be in their own right, they've also taken the place of amazing co-curricular programs that we were doing. Again, we are making choices. Let's not say it's just because, oh, well, we have to spend this money on this over here because it's in that budget string. Why could we not, we're very creative when we want to be. Why could we not leverage our YEP programs to pick up some of the slack and help finance and pay some of our own in-house staff to at least temporarily keep our VAPA program intact? Why could this opportunity not be explored? In all of our scrubbing the budget to cut expenses, it strikes me that in some cases we've scrubbed through the skin and to the bone, while in other areas we didn't scrub at all. In any case, I cannot consciously vote for something that I feel is taking priority over real educational choices that we could have made. So that's my statement.
I'd like to ask staff to address the question around the, why can we not use YEP funding, I believe Trustee Rodney said, for the items under item 7.
Point of clarification, I don't believe that was the question that our colleague asked. And so I would ask that he repeat it because perhaps it was missed, but I heard it, but I would like to give
Let's have Trustee Radden go and clarify.
What I said about what?
What's your question? I guess you had a.
I don't know that we're so.
Okay, well, can you reiterate the question so that staff can answer them?
I don't know that I really necessarily want an answer. I'm giving this as a pretext to saying this is why I'm going to vote no. Okay, but if my questions were things like, why could we not perhaps leverage our YEP programs to pick up some of the slack and help finance and pay for some of our own in-house staff to at least temporarily keep our VAPA program intact? For example, the little choir program over at Treeview, stuff like that.
Yeah, okay, can we get an answer to that question?
So I'm trying to make sure I think you'll answer the question. So YEP programming is for enrichment purposes and other purposes for after school and core day. So that's one aspect of it. So when you look at the tree view, Trustee Rowden, and talking about the tree view, I think we are exploring that as a possible option going forward. So it's not in lieu of exploring some of those things that you're naming as options. However, these are other programming that YEP are currently funding as well.
Great. I look forward to the day when I see that happening. But until then, I can't bring myself to prioritize some of these things over the top of, I mean, why could we not have been creative like that? We're very good at being creative. I've seen that. So,
Clerk Brenda Carrera, go ahead.
I echo Trustee Rudden's call for being creative. There are a number of I mean, these contracts take months to negotiate, which means months ago, we thought we can use ELOP funds to pay for boxing. Which meant months ago, we could have also thought we could have used ELOP funds to pay for programs that we cut rather than add new programs. I also am concerned ELOP is not a never-ending source of money, and it is not lost on me that we had a very, very small amount of available slots for students who need summer school. We used ELOP funds, what was left. And so just, I would say, an answer for the tree view thing would be helpful, but also a larger plan about what are we doing with these ELOP funds? Because I don't want to get to a situation where we spend it on boxing or we spend it on dance, or we spend it on bringing back a program, and then we have to look kids and families this coming summer that there's no room for you in summer school, knowing that that hinders folks' ability to graduate. And so, again, I appreciate Trustee Rodden for making sure that we are as creative about bringing back VAPA programs as we would come up with opportunities for a boxing self-defense class. I also just, my final question that I had for YEP programs, do these programs at all expand the ability to take families off of the wait list?
So what you're naming is the balance YEPs striking at the moment. There is a limitation to the funds. However, the funding is less of an issue in terms of taking students off the wait list, as it's more of a staffing issue at the moment. But it is true that they're balancing the need to serve students first and also the need to create variety of programming so that students are engaged, right? And we meet the purpose of supporting our students in terms of enrichment. So it is a balance of the two. For what they're budgeting this year, the priority in terms of taking kids off the list is not so much funding related at the moment. It's much more staffing related at the moment. That's actually creating the barrier for us to be able to take kids off wait lists. However, what you're naming is a fact. The funding is not unlimited. And so every year, the staff is going to have to continue to prioritize the variety of programming that we can offer in YEP and balance that with what we can take off the wait list. Part of YEP's attraction is their ability to create a variety of programming and summer programming that's engaging, as was mentioned earlier in the summer program updates. And so some of those things are a factor, as a lot of the YEP programming is also tenants driven. So it is very important that we're responsive to the surveys that we give to kids every year and creating programming that responsive to what they're interested in and what they feel like will engage them in the after school program. So we'll continue to work on being creative and looking at creating other options and looking at how we can support the growth of some of our backpack programs at school sites. But it is, to your point, a balancing act of making sure that we're taking a lot of things in consideration as we continue to program forward.
Vice President Prada.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. While I appreciate the input from our colleagues, and I understand the passion and the frustration, I just wanted to let you guys know that on a personal level, I have met the kids and the families who advocated for the training center, Osario Training Center, and it really does target like a vulnerable population. And that's why parents were so adamant that, that be provided for their kids and like advocated for something like that. It's the same thing with the United Capoeira, which also gives the history of Afro-Latino, the Afro-Latino history of capoeira. And so it's not just a self-defense, but it's also, rhythm, it's music, it's dance, it's history, it's culture. It ties a lot of underserved demographics within our community into like a very engaging environment for our students to grow and learn. Same thing with the Beatbox Dancing Academy. And then if you look into the Diversity and Health Training Institute, one of the focuses is on like Middle Eastern, Northern African communities, which have been going through a genocide and have been underserved, notoriously in our country. And so while I understand the hit to VAPA, I also want to have hold space and empathy for many underserved communities that sometimes don't have access to VAPA. Like we identified, like we're working on changing schedules, making it so it's not as difficult to reclassify our English learners so that they can participate in more VAPA activities. So there is more diversity and access and equity in our VAPA programming. Meanwhile, we're in this crisis. And, we are hoping that, our staff is being as creative as they can, but I just wanted to voice that I know personally the impact of some of these programs. And so I just wanted to share that with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Rodney, you said you wanted to vote on the rest in bulk?
Yeah.
Okay.
Point of order, though, we did have a member from the public pull every item from 7, so you will have to vote on every item under 7 separately anyway.
All right. Did the member of the public have a
Hmm?
the member of the public pulled 7A? I didn't write that.
7.
Oh, jeez. Okay. We should go to the public speaker then for that.
Hello, good evening again, Araceli Orozco. And I guess I have to do that now every single time I come so that we could at least talk about some of these programs and contracts that are working well for, some of them are working well for our families. But some of them I do feel that we need to really look into. In this particular program, the Osorio Training Center, I personally experienced it with my daughter and my granddaughter. And Ms. Prada has a lot. She said it. She said it all because our families that don't have the resources, the money to pay for these type of programs, our kids don't get to experience that. As you know, the rents here are very, very high. And sometimes it's impossible for a parent that is getting paid, a noon supervisor that is getting paid $17 an hour to really afford these kind of programs. So I'm here to just say that, some of these programs are very good and for our kids. Now, I know that I pulled out the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 items, and I know that it has to be that we need to talk about them. I'm just trying to kind of make a point here also that we got into this budget crisis because you were approving contracts without really asking the questions if they're really working, if they're really bringing, some sort of, good for our children. So yeah, I'll see you in the next item. Thank you.
Calling for the motion.
I'll move to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Moved by Dr. Argento, seconded by Ms. Prada. I think we've exhausted deliberation on this. Roll call vote.
Trustee Brown,
No.
Dr. Kinder,
Yes.
Dr. Creel,
Yes.
Vice President Prada,
Yes.
President Buffette.
Yes.
Item passes 5-0.
Item 7B, United.
It's 4. It's
We
4-1.
are. Excuse me? What was that?
I'm sorry.
It's-
I thought did the superintendent say item passes 5-0?
4-1.
Oh, I'm sorry, 4-1.
4-1. Thank you for the record. Thank you, Vice President Prada. We are at 10:27. We must extend the meeting. I'll propose that we extend it to. Let's do 11:30. 11:30. Okay, good. Gordon, okay? No, it's not 11:30. Not enough. What time do you propose then? So you want to stop the meeting right now?
Use your mics, please.
So I don't want to keep doing this,
Doing what?
extending our meetings.
Vice President Prada, are you okay with an 11:30 extension? Clerk Buckner Correa, do you have a suggestion?
Well, it doesn't have to be unanimous, Peter.
I know.
Yeah, we have important items in closed session, and I would encourage board members to be mindful of pulling items on consent if they're concerned about extending meetings.
I also think everyone is entitled to ask questions on this board. And I also believe that as a body, we do not meet frequently enough. Look at neighboring school districts. They meet much more frequently. And then they also get out.
Do you want to
if it's still
extend the meeting or not? Please, can we address?
I am to extend. I don't want to do speed governance and have it be an hour. I mean, so but if that's the consensus, we'll get
You want to midnight? We can do midnight.
I do. We don't have to go till then, but thank you.
I will do midnight. Is that okay? All right, we got 3 of that. Moving on to item 7B. I believe this was trustee Rowden. And then our public speaker, go ahead.
I've already made my comments. I just want to vote no.
Okay, like I was saying earlier, I was trying to make a point. Last time I was here, I did make some comments like on having the number of all these consent agenda items, and Ms. Okenda, took the time to like really search and, put me like kind of in the spot that know that some time ago we had more than what I was addressing. That wasn't the point. The point was that you need to respond and you need to be held accountable. Our parents, our students, the taxpayers, we're the ones that are funding all our kids' education by paying taxes. And so we need to know if these programs are really working. Look, I'm okay. I'm gonna go ahead and just speak for this last item, but I just wanted to I'm not your enemy. I'm not your enemy. I'm just here to make sure that you all know that we have to work as a team. You don't have to like me. It's okay, but you have to work with me because I'm here almost every single meeting, advocating for our families, for our students. So you got to give me a little bit of credit, and I've been doing that for more than 30 years. Ms. Chingwu, you could testify for that because you and I are like, I guess, the ones that have most of the time here in the district. But that's just my point. I could go ahead and not speak on this items. I just wanted to make a point here that anybody could come in and make you stay until the whatever person wants to pull out. So please have more meetings, have more discussion, ask more questions. Thank you.
Calling for the motion.
I'll move it.
Is there a second on the floor?
I'll second.
Moved by Dr. Kenda, seconded by trustee Prada. Roll call vote.
Trustee Rowden,
No.
Dr. Kenda,
Yes.
Clerk Buckner Crew,
Yes.
Vice President Prada. Ms. Prada,
Yes. Can you hear
President
me?
Buffett.
Yes, yes, we recorded that. Yes, item 7C. Ms. Orozco. Okay.
Can we just for the record state that the speaker
Has declined comment, yes.
thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Carrillo. Item 7C, calling for the motion.
Move it.
Calling for the second.
Second.
Roll call vote.
Trustee Rowden,
No.
Dr. Kenda,
Yes.
Clerk Buckner Crew,
Yes.
Vice President Prada,
Yes.
President Buffett.
Yes. Item 7D, America Scores. Calling for the motion.
I'll move it.
Calling for the second.
Can we also just state that the speaker has declined to comment? This was also one of the items that was pulled.
Okay, the speaker has declined to comment on the remaining items. Is that correct, Ms. Orozco? Okay, just for the record, she has declined to comment on the rest of the items pulled. Okay, calling for the second.
I'll second.
Roll call vote.
Trustee Rowden,
Which one are we on again? This is D, right? No.
Dr. Kenda?
Yes.
Clerk Dr. Carrillo?
Yes.
Vice President Prada?
Yes.
President Buffette?
Yes. Item 7E, this was pulled by 2 trustees.
I'm happy to go first. I just wanted to confirm if there was a cost for this. I don't see it in the MOU. And I apologize for not asking that ahead of time. I meant to include it in my initial questions.
There's no cost.
Thank you.
Calling for the motion. I'll move it. Is there a second?
Second.
No, he's not coming on anything else. You made that statement. All right, I moved it, seconded by Dr. Kenda. Roll call vote.
Trustee Brown?
Yes.
Dr. Kenda?
Yes.
Clerk Dr. Carrillo?
Yes.
Vice President Prada?
Yes.
President Buffette?
Yes. Item. Well, technically 7F was pulled as well, right?
Yeah.
We still vote on- I'll second that. Roll call vote.
Yes.
Dr. Kenda?
Yes.
Clerk Dr. Carrillo?
Yes.
Vice President Prada?
Yes.
President Buffette?
Yes, and moving on to 7G pulled by 2 trustees. Clerk Dr. Creel, please go first.
I put this, this is a contract that our school district has done since I've been on the board. It was one of the first items that came before the board. I believe it was a multi-$100,000 contract. Yet it's being presented today as a new item. And I understand in the response that I received from staff, it's because it's at a new school site. And so I just have some concerns. I mean, we spent hundreds of thousands of dollars with this company, and now we're adding just under $10,000 additional. And as we're doing contracting, it should have, in my opinion, been an extension, is how it should have been listed on the contract. I also note in the reply that staff provided, I had some questions about this because I had heard some feedback that this core traditionally leaves out our English language learners. Yet the staff response that I received leads me to believe that this work does support our EL students. And so I would just ask if we can clarify, and then if you can speak to the relationship that this contract has had with our multilingual department.
This is a new contract for Faith Ringgold Elementary School, and they have looked at their school data, and they have noted that they need to support their first best instruction. And so they have engaged with their school site council and their community schools team to bring forward this contract. It is within our literacy plan that works and focuses on evidence-based practices, support for teachers, coaching, as well as feedback loops. It's supported with a former TOSA that was within HUSD with literacy. And they have engaged in conversation with our multilingual department. And so they will work in collaboration with ensuring that as students have standards-based instruction, good strategies for first instruction, and it is a collaborative effort with our literacy team and our multilingual team to ensure that the students at Faith Ringgold that are multilingual learners are well supported as well.
And Assistant Superintendent Nichols, our procurement policy, does it require that these items are listed as amendments if it's the same vendor providing the same service and all we have done is change the school site? We added a school site is what I understand.
Our policy doesn't specify how we draft the documents. I'd have to go back and look more closely to see what the terms of the original contract were and what changed. This would be an acceptable method of contracting for this service, given that we've added another school site.
So given that I'm hearing both our policy, it sounds like you might need to read it to be certain about the answer if I'm understanding correctly, and then also that this might be common. if we're at the point that we're making a motion, I'm happy to make one.
Please do. Actually, I actually wanted to follow that up and just actually agree with you. I think if it's a multi-site contract, I think it should be reflected in the contract.
I would move that we reject this contract. We ask staff to go back, have a conversation with our multilingual department, and then come back with this contract as an amendment to our previous core contract. And if that will take too long, at least attaching the previous core contract or including that in the description so we know the total amount we've spent with this vendor.
And I'd like to ask, are there any immediate repercussions if we were to delay the passage of this contract?
I think the repercussions will be that the students just won't be supported and served by their teachers having increased strategies and pedagogy within their classrooms. I'm more than willing to take this back and bring it forward again as an amendment to like a contract that we had last year. Yes, if necessary, but I think this is a new contract for this school year with CORE.
Dr. Akenda, go ahead.
I would just urge the board to be mindful of the fact that this site has determined that this is the level of support that it needs. And Ms. Smith has made this determination to support her staff using CORE, using community schools funding, using prior LCFF. I don't really understand why we would undermine this site's decision to use this route to support their staff and training their staff. I just think these are very dangerous precedents to be setting, and I urge the board not to table this item.
I'll call for the motion on the item.
I move to approve it. Then if there was a motion, a substitute motion to approve this item.
Substitute motion is now recognized. Is there a second to that substitute? I'll go ahead and.
What was the substitute motion?
Substitute motion was to approve the item.
To
The original motion was to reject it.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, bring it back. Bring it back. Sorry.
Wait, what?
It was to bring it back.
What did Dr. Okenda motion?
To approve the item as is.
Okay, I second.
Okay, Vice President Prado seconds it. I would like to offer deliberation. I do believe there is merit in actually what Clerk Correa is saying. That when we see a contract like this on the in assembly, that it does reflect that there are other contracts with this vendor. So we can see the total amount that has gone to this vendor. Oops. I don't believe we should delay services to these children, especially for the site that has chosen this, but I do think there's definitely, I think it's a great idea to make sure that we track total cost vendors are getting moving forward. I think it's a great way to make sure that we continue to, we're able to audit really where the funds are going. Clerk Correa, go ahead.
I won't belabor the point. I mean, I have no idea how this contract was selected. It says bids were not obtained. And the selection criteria was that Ed Services Division approved vendor. I'm not asking how it was. We're talking about a $9,000 contract here, which grand scheme of things is not a big deal. But then you add on that this is the same vendor that we've given hundreds of thousands of dollars to that may or may not serve a huge portion of our student population. And that's our English language learners in terms of it is not developed curriculum for our staff and how to teach a good portion of our students. I sit on DLAC, and so it feels dishonest to not talk about it today. And so I also would ask superintendent in the future, I'm noticing this trend of we're bringing contracts to us. This one has 4 days until it kicks in, but as a board member, it is not a fun situation to sit in to know that if I vote no on this, our governance team has not given this board time to say, you know what, go back, dust it off and come back at our next board meeting. The decision is made for us and I just, as we move forward, some more advanced time before our contract kicks in, before it comes to the board would be appreciated.
We can certainly look into that. There's different contracts that gets pushed for. In this particular case, the sites recommended it going forward. And so there's different impacts, right, in terms of the delayed contracts. So I recognize that it seems like there's a decision made before the board reviews the contract. There are room for us to be able to delay contracts. It just depends on what it is. I think you'll see that staff do try to do a good job in looking forward. So you see contracts coming to you in May, potentially for implementation in the end, at the beginning of the next school year. So I think it just depends on the circumstances that we're talking about, but we can certainly be more diligent around that.
Okay, just a reminder to the board, the current motion and second is on approving the item. Roll call vote.
Trustee Brown?
Just a quick point of clarification. I just have a list of numbers here, and I'm not remembering what number this is. What number are we on?
We're on 7G, core learning.
Oh, no.
Dr. Akinda?
Yes.
Clerk Buckner-Creel?
Come back to me, please.
Vice President Prada?
Yes.
President Bufete?
Yes.
Clerk Buckner-Creel?
Yes, please.
Item H. Trustee Ryan has bypassed his comment as well as the member of the public. Calling for the motion.
I'll move it.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Moved by Dr. O'Connor, seconded by Trustee Rodden. Roll call vote.
Trustee Brown?
Yes, everything's a yes from here on in.
Yes.
Clerk Buckner-Creel?
Yes.
Vice President Prada?
Yes.
President Bufete?
Yes. Okay, that brings us to item 7I, and I believe we're going to be handling this in bulk as well, right? Clerk Buckner-Creel? Or no?
I am happy to handle them as one item.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, so I noticed that there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 contracts with a company called Managed Facility Solutions. They are based in San Jose. Using Measure H bond funds. And in the grand scheme of things, you look at the 6 separate contracts, it's the same vendor doing the same work in 6 separate places. But it was one RFP, but we're bringing it to the board as 6 separate contracts. And when you add up that total dollar amount, it's for $173,514. None of these companies are union. It's one company, not union workers. They're based in San Jose. Arguably, probably not local workers. We're using Measure H funds. I'm relieved it's not Measure I. But noting that we are pulling Measure I funds to pay for Measure H projects. And the staff response that I received is that this is an annual contract. Movers that are union are represented by Teamsters. These are not Teamsters workers. They're paying prevailing wage, but they don't go through the same safety training. They're not local. I feel that we had an opportunity with a $550 million bond to put our families to work to make sure that regardless of what's going on in the world, that, you know what, at least our families are able to put food on the table for their kids. And I appreciate that we are moving along with our project stabilization agreement. I just feel that we are using bond funds in ways that are disingenuous, in my opinion, to an agency that is currently negotiating with our trade partners, an agency that took time from our trade partners and they welcomed us to their 104 office, the sheet metal workers who provide funding when Tyrell couldn't afford backpacks and school giveaways. And here we are doing 6 separate contracts because we didn't bundle it as one topic. And I also want to give staff cover that this was approved by the board before I got here, is my understanding. And so there's nothing I can do about it today. I believe the services have already been provided. I ask my colleagues, this is not okay. I mean, I voted for Measure I to provide top quality facilities to our staff, but to make sure that the people that do the work are union, that they're local families. Not people in San Jose, not people in Santa Ana, not people in Vegas. That's their school board. That's their city government's job to deal with, because our people here are paying this, not people in Vegas, and we are sending the money away. I also just would ask that why is this not a thing that our facilities and maintenance staff can do that are in SEIU? I understand it's a ton of work at a very quick moment in time, but our SEIU folks are scared. This is not what bond dollars are supposed to be for, and this is not the way that I believe that a public agency should do contracting. And so we have to do better.
Calling for the motion?
I'll move to approve it, but I would like to give staff a chance to respond, especially since all of the managed facility solutions, except one, is for work that's pretty much completed, all Measure H money and different contracts because they're for different schools and therefore they need to be different contracts. So, but Ms. Nichols, I would like to give you an opportunity to respond to some of those allegations.
Thank you, Clerk Bruckner-Carrillo and Dr. Okenda for the questions. The process that we utilized was to put out a single bid for this work, which meant that we did a single procurement process. We specified in that single bid that we would be awarding contracts for multiple sites. And that is the practice that we do in order to effectively track how dollars are spent, what the level of work is, but the bid process and procurement process of putting out a single bid and awarding multiple contracts is common and it is legal and allowed. There are ways to introduce policy into the district that would require that we utilize only local vendors or only organizations that meet certain criteria. And that would be something that if it were the will of the board, staff could be directed to investigate and bring reports for those types of contracting requirements or policies. We do not currently have those, which means the district's duty is to award contracts to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder in a bid process, which occurred in this situation. There's one qualification to that, which is that we did use what's called an RFQ, where we used a rubric to assess vendors. And again, I hear you and I understand where you're coming from. And we will be looking at ways to address this desire of this board member.
Ms. Nichols, my understanding is that the board already did give a directive that if it's not to stall the progress or if it's that there are vendors that don't meet the criteria, but that of course we give priority to unionized and local vendors. The board already has a policy or a direction or a resolution or something that we've passed. So perhaps we can find that and make sure that Clerk Buckner-Creel gets it.
So one second, I would also just like to state that when I joined this board, I pushed for the original PLA that we had. So to insinuate this previous board is not for project labor agreements is not true.
The project labor agreement is written, it's a $1 million threshold. And when you bid the contract as 6 separate contracts, it is therefore 6 separate thresholds that have to reach $1 million in order for it to kick in. And so, and I also understand, and I want to appreciate Assistant Superintendent Nichols and our superintendent, who again, have made meeting with the trades a priority, who took it upon themselves to put a deadline in our extension. I think as a way to signal that you all are committed to this work, you understand the benefits that our labor partners bring. And I just needed to flag it and I appreciate you both.
I believe Dr. Kennedy already moved it. Is there a second on the floor?
I'll second.
Seconded by Vice President Prada. Roll call vote.
Trustee Rowden,
Yes.
Dr. Kenda,
Yes.
Clerk Parkman Creo,
Come back to me.
Vice President Prada,
Yes.
President Bufete.
Come back to me.
So I'm
Yes. Move to item 8B. I don't have a note on who. pulled
Sorry,
that.
I
Is that
couldn't
you?
hear. I'm sorry,
Oh.
President Buffetti. I couldn't hear the vote.
Was a 4-1, or 3-2? It was a 4-1, Clerk Barton McCrea dissented.
Okay, thank you.
8B.
just wanted to flag again, it's a Measure I bond project that is not Bret Hart. And this is a company based in Campbell. I will move the item unless there's further discussion, but
Is there a second on the floor?
I'll second.
Moved by Clerk Barton McCrea, seconded by Trustee Rowden. Roll call vote.
Trustee Rowden,
Yes.
Dr. Kenda,
Yes.
Clerk Parkman Creo,
yes.
Vice President Prada,
Yes.
President Bufete.
Yes. Brings us to item I, return to general public comments. Ms. Watts, do we have any people, any speakers online?
We do have one hand raised online. Mr. Munoz. Your line has been unmuted. Munoz?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, hi, good evening. I assume that the closed session is for board members only. Like there were people who arrived early today to talk about point that is supposed to be secret, and only you as a board members. From this point, we are seeing that you have like a greater connection in supporting the union or teachers and not our children and our students. Um, I think you are not being like equitative for yeah, and for all those who went to talk wonderful about this person, congratulations for the good treatment she gave you. I hope you guys never face such a person or bad person. Unfortunately, there are a few of you because all the others were not treated like you. Um, all her mistreatments have been covered by a person within inside the district. And if you don't stop this, it will continue. And I just want to say that I'm a Catholic and I'm not weird. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item G. I'm sorry, Ms. Watts, that's the last speaker, right?
Yes.
Moving on to item J, board member comments. Board, any comments? I will report on HLAC. Vice President Pryor and I were both on HLAC this past Thursday. A really cool project we're working on cross agency is opening up public sites and marking them for the public. So HARD had come up with an entire map of facility uses open for the public. Our agency, as well as the city of Hayward, is going to do the same, and we're going to try to make sure that you have an open park or facility to use as a resident of Hayward or in this greater Hayward area within 10 minutes of walking distance. So it's a really cool project I've been working on for about 5 years on HLAC, and we're finally getting some ground on that. Vice President Prada, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to add to that. We also discussed some really great collaboration opportunities between HARD and the city and the district. One particular with the mapping, making it like a 3-layer digital map where we capture stories in every area on from the community on how they benefit from using the parks, the schools that, growing up in their school area, going to the schools, recording history, and then also incorporating our students in this work. So having students do like journalism, multimedia, photography, videography, reaching out to like our high schools. Brinkwood has a really good program in journalism. Looking also at like our podcast group. I think that's being supported by KQED. And so it was a really good conversation and collaboration. Another really great thing that came out of that, and I think Trustee Bowden will be really excited about this part. HARD also has a huge warehouse of costumes and props and all kinds of things. And it's been like all sorted and everything. And they said that we can have access to that for our students, for our plays and everything. So we're going to take them up on that. So it was a really good meeting, and I'm looking forward to the collaboration. Even though both the city and the district are going through hard times, it was good to see how we could support each other through these hard times. And when one of the jurisdictions is, doing well, they were in a place to actually extend even more help and services to both the city and the district. So I'm excited to see where this goes.
I'm so glad you brought that up. Yeah, the whole warehouse of costumes, I think, was an amazing offer from HARD for us to utilize for our students. So really cool to hear that. Last thing, I just wanted to thank Glassbrook Elementary for my site visit and providing me this shirt, and they asked me to wear it today, so I will go ahead and just wanted to support that. Item K, our district governance calendar. Maybe we're just gonna show it on the screen there. Trustees, are there any items to show on the to queue up for the future calendar? I'm sorry, it's getting late here. Okay, item L for the good of the order. Well, I just want to thank everyone here, and I want to really thank Amy and Chin, and wish you a happy birthday. I loved the energy and the vibes that we had in this room to begin the day. And I think it's important that we do celebrate our people, and hopefully this is something that we continue to see throughout the district, where we celebrate each other's birthdays, and really make sure that we all understand that we're all humans and we're all people doing this job. Thank you all for your work and your dedication to HUSD. Clerk Martin, go ahead.
Superintendent, I just wonder, moving forward, if there's an opportunity to, when you're polling for board meetings, maybe we can try to adjust so our superintendent and our cabinet don't have to spend their birthday here. We get so many opportunities to champion you sometimes, and not having you be here today, I think that cost us nothing. So if we can try, as other folks that have birthdays in the room, try not to have them be on the same day. That would be wonderful, I think.
Well, they wouldn't get an orchid if they didn't show up today.
Or just saying to, so.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe they want to be here. Future meeting dates, I'll hand it over to you, Clerk Bergner-Creo.
Future meeting dates. Meetings are currently being conducted both in person and online in a hybrid format. In-person meetings are typically held at Hayward Unified School District, 24411 Amador Street, Hayward, California, 94544. At 5 o'clock, we open our meetings. We then adjourn to closed session. At 6:30, we reconvene to open session. And then at 10:30, we adjourn our meeting. Upcoming meetings are Wednesday, September 24th and Wednesday, October 8th. Thanks so much.
I love those pictures. Can we scroll down so we can show Trustee Rowden as well? And we are going to go ahead and go to a closed session. We'll return and report out once we are done. just to make sure it's fair. There you go. We've returned from closed session. I will turn it over to Superintendent Wu Fernandez to report actions taken in closed session.
Thank you, President Bufete. In closed session, the board, on the motion by Ms. Prada and second by Dr. Kenda, the board voted 5-0 to approve non-OH case number 204-2208. On a motion by Dr. Kenda and seconded by Mr. Rowden, the board voted 5-0 to approve OH case number 2025-05-1100. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much. That concludes tonight's HUSD board meeting. The time is 11:54. This meeting is adjourned.